Okay, welcome to the Rilton Cup, and we have come to the penultimate round. That is the next to the last round. So, what's the standing?
Well, we have a standing with Chu, who managed to win the game yesterday. That is the sole lead of 6.5 points out of 7. And behind him we have the highest rated player, Demchenko, who is half a point behind on 6 points. Those two are the 1 and 2 in the tournament so far.
So that means that Chu, if he wins today, he actually wins the tournament.
Exactly. Yeah. And actually, so far he has made, I think, a tremendous result of rating performance of 28.40. So he really has.
That's even higher than Magnus, right?
Magnus, I think he has got 28.40 or something. But at least it's really good. And then Demchenko, of course, also made a great tournament with 6 out of 7. You cannot demand more than that. Behind them, we have 5 players on 5.5 points. That is Krishna Sai, Dili, Deep Sengupta, Mahadevan, Siva, and Dominic Horvath. And well, of course, there will be one of those will be that mentioned here will be in the end will be the winner of the tournament for sure.
Yeah. That's the group that's actually fighting for the first place.
That's right. And we have some really interesting games coming up today. On the top board then we have Chu that is facing with white Dominic Horvath. And it will be an interesting game, I think, because also Chu has played very safe.
Yeah. While
I'm very impressed by Horvath, what you say, pragmatic and very practical way of playing with good preparations. So I'm looking forward to see.
But he also plays quite aggressively.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's been great.
This will be a good game.
I hope so. And then we have on the second board we have the companion of Chu, Dili, playing white against Demchenko.
Yeah.
And this can also be interesting because in one way Demchenko probably would like to win this game, while Dili most likely do know this, and we'll see how he will play in the opening to also to support Chu in the end, because of course he wants his.
Are you sure he wants to support him? Maybe he wants to overtake him.
Maybe he wants to be the best Chinese in the tournament.
Probably.
And then on the third board we have Mahadevan Siva against Deep Sengupta. That is an Indian fight.
Yeah.
And we have that will also be interesting to see how hard they fight against each other.
Yeah.
And on the fourth board we have Dai Changren from China playing Krishna Sai. Krishna Sai, actually, the Canadian Indian player, is, I would say, so far the surprise of the tournament with 24-15 only, but have been fighting in the top and made a good result. So we are looking forward to some really good games. And I know they have started, so maybe we should dig into the first game.
Let's dig into the game, and it started with English C4. And Horvath played knight f6, knight c3, and g6.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he shows that,
I'm ready for the King's Indian.
I can play the King's Indian. I'm going to, or could maybe be the Grunfeld also, possibility d4, d5. But he played g6, and now Chu shows what I would say a safe option for white.
Yes.
He played g3.
Yes.
Because then you avoid all these kingside attacks. More or less.
But also, that the classical way of playing is to play d4, e4 to grab the center. But then we have this type of dynamic play that I guess that Horvath is looking for.
Yeah.
So this is more a safe option in that sense.
Because for Chu, if he makes a draw, he is certain that he will share first prize, and probably on tie breaks he will be number one with the draw because he's been at the top all the time. So bishop g2, castles, knight f3, d6, castles, and now
he's still not. The interesting here is also that it can still be the King's Indian with d4 and e4.
Yes, it's true.
So it's still like a little bit a question in this position. What type of structure will it be in the center? And black is also have got the possibility to play c5 and go into this type of English versions, or e5, and we are challenging the English setup with an e5 classical King's Indian structure.
But he has already made a move, and he played a very surprising move, a5.
Interesting. I mean, this is not the normal move, but it is a tricky move, I would say, because also now again, he is asking Chu, what do you want to do in the center? Because now in the next move, probably it will be either like d3 or d4 or e4.
I think he plays a5 because Shu has sort of hinted that he doesn't want to play d4. He doesn't want to go into the king.
Yes.
And then what can you do? Well, you can play the English with rook b1 and play b4 and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So he just sort of puts his pieces in a way so he can counter that a little bit.
Yeah, but also if you play d4 now, I think that a5 is an absolutely fine move. You know, after
it's unusual, but probably it's a preparation. He has played it very fast. So this might be a speciality. He has played like 1,000 games on the internet with it, something like that.
No, but also we have seen so far that Horvath has been very well prepared, I think, for his games. Yeah. We saw that not the least against Linus Johansson, was playing. So.
And as expected, he didn't do d4. He could play d4. I think maybe d4 is the best move in some sort of scientific sense of it.
Yes.
Maybe the highest score on Stockfish, but d3 is a very safe option, and it's you have many ways to play here after this. You could go with rook b1 and play a3 b4, something like that. But you could also play things like e4 at some point if you want to get this type of setup. Many ways to play.
But one thing you could say is that if, for example, the first plan that I would say is normal after this, that is that you want to make use of your nice bishop on g2, heading towards b1, b7, and that is to play rook b1, a3 and b4. And then a5 has been absolutely good move because it holds down b4.
A little bit, yeah.
So, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so c6 was played.
Normal.
Countering the bishop a little bit because the pawn is in the way here.
Yes.
So let's go to the next game. So here we have, let's see here.
Yes.
So here we have something else.
Okay. This was, again, it's an important game because Demchenko is the one I would say that is challenging Chu most.
Yeah, he's only half point behind. So if he wins and Chu loses, he overtakes the lead.
And also because Demchenko is the highest rated player in the tournament with a long experience, almost had close to 2-7 in ELO and so on before. So obviously a very strong player. So, okay, g5, knight f3. So c4.
So
okay.
Accepted the Queen's Gambit.
Yes. What is good? I think that Anton or Demchenko would like to have a position that, of course, he doesn't like to take risks and so on, but he wants to have a position where you can play. And by taking on c4, it will not at least be symmetrical, most likely. I don't think so. But let's see.
And here rook e1, a little bit unusual, I would say.
Yes.
Not the most.
I mean, knight c3 is normal.
Knight c3, queen e2. There are moves. I think queen e2.
So I guess that b5 you go to bishop f1. No? Do you think so?
It's possible. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not necessary.
I just try to find the idea behind why to do it now.
You could go to d3. You could go to b3. You hardly go to e2. That looks a bit strange.
Yes, exactly.
But bishop f1, maybe that's the idea. We can see that they are sort of trying out small ideas, small differences
from normal theory.
Yeah, not the most common move, and that's a good way to try to gain some time on the clock, because all these small differences makes it suddenly the opponent is out of his main preparation, and then you have to start thinking. And even if you know the type of position, you cannot just make a move. You have to think about what is the difference, what changes when you play this rather than that, and so on.
And also, again, today preparation is such a big part of a chess player's life, and you know that your opponent will have been in his hotel room preparing and has his special variants and so on. So you want to quite often you want to make something subtle, but it's a little bit.
But we don't know that. But it might be that both are out of preparation.
Could be.
This happens because there is sort of, you look in the database and you see, he has played like 50 games or something with the line. But then he suddenly plays something that he has only played in 3 games. I think maybe it was 10 years ago.
Could be.
Yeah.
At least now after Rook E1, we can see that Demchenko started to think.
Yeah. So I would say that I would guess that they might both be sort of in their 3rd line or 4th line of play. And
for sure.
So it would be interesting.
No, I think that Rook E1 is a preparation for this game. That is my feeling.
Could be. Could be. Okay. So let's go to the next game.
To the Indian encounter.
And here we have an E4 game. The French defense, the advanced variation, C5, C3.
Yes. And you said also that this variation has been very popular these days.
Yeah, it's been popular.
And I think it's closely connected also to the new AI and the computer, saying that this type of structure is most likely preferable for white due to the fact that you have more space. So it's like this type of space advantage has been more important these days because the computers have shown this, and then man will follow. That's my feeling.
Yes.
But okay, so we have
Bishop D7, Bishop E2, Rook C8, castles, A6, and Knight BD2. So far, very normal moves. Black sometimes put the queen on B6. This is a possibility. He hasn't done that here. Instead, he is looking at things like taking on D4 and maybe playing Knight B4. This could be.
Actually, I even thought that this could happen now.
Yeah, he can take here. So let's see what happens.
Because what is a little bit provoking here is that Black has not made any move on the king's side, so his king is still far away from getting into safety by a castle. But
I don't know if this is.
But is there any threats? Like if you play A3, can you even play?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not sure this is so dangerous. It's more like it's an option, and maybe not in this position, but who knows? A couple of moves forward, and suddenly it could be like if white put the rook on E1, which is not so likely. Then suddenly this type of thing gets more interesting. But I don't think he's going to play that here.
No,
so what do you do here?
I think the crucial move is, should Black play F6 in this position?
Yes.
Because normally in the French variation, the key moves for Black is to challenge the white center by playing C5, that is already done, and then play F6 to challenge these 2 pawns in the center.
But somehow F6 and Rook C8, I don't know.
No,
why Rook C8 if you want to do F6?
But also, you should, when white puts up the pieces like this that white has done, he's ready to take on F6 because you play with the pieces, So Rook E1 is a normal move. A3 is quite. I think A3 will come as well, and B4 is also standard in the position. Yeah. But Rook E1, it's
so this idea to play this and maybe even challenge Black with this move and force some exchange.
But okay, what about Queen B6, threatening to take the pawn on D4?
Yeah, this is likely.
And now it's up to white how to continue here, because I think it's a threat to take the pawn.
Maybe you can take on C5 even.
Yes.
Play B4 and Knight B3 and Bishop E3, something like this.
Actually, yeah.
So let's say do this and maybe even this.
Bishop E7 maybe,
and maybe something like this.
Yeah.
And then put the bishop here.
Yeah.
And then even A5. I mean, this is
good.
Yeah, it's a way to play. Yeah,
I agree.
A way to play.
Yeah.
So okay.
One other possibility that happens sometimes is Knight to H6.
Yeah,
to try to put that instead of F6, you can also try to put pressure on D4. He takes, so that he outrules this possibility of.
He could go for the same line, but without allowing this exchange.
But if you now here Queen B6, I guess you can play Knight B3.
Yes, of course, this is possible.
And then A5. The question is A5 a good move, or what is it like? Maybe Bishop B3, A4 and Knight C5, and we have a really interesting fight.
It's possible, yeah.
I don't know. Can happen.
Interesting. Let's see what happens.
Also interesting to see how they have spent their times. It seems like Siva Mahadevan has been thinking more, at least, so
But only small, minor. You cannot say much.
No, not much. Yeah.
So let's go to the next one.
Yes.
So here we have the Chinese against Canada or Canada. And we have the King's Indian here.
And just of course, I guess that Sai Krishna is originally from India. And this is also
you cannot say that. Maybe the parents emigrated to Canada.
Yeah, it's background. My point was like this. We also see here, we said that some days ago, that also here in Sweden we can see that we have like quite a huge diaspora from India. And they are very interested in letting their children play chess because chess is so hot. So from now on, I think we will see many, from originally, if I put this way, from India, that may be also representing other countries. Like we saw before, we saw a lot of from Soviet Union playing for like Israel and from US and so on. I think we will see the same in the future around the world. Okay.
So we have this King's Indian.
Yep.
The proper King's Indian, I would say.
Yep.
Bishop b2. This is main line. Here, of course, there are many moves, but d5 was played. Bishop d7, bishop b3, knight g4. This is a line.
Yes.
And now you can retreat in different ways.
To d2 or something.
Yeah, you can go back from where you came, basically, but not e3. But
no, exactly.
But you could, for instance, go back to d2. Is one. But he chose to play bishop h4. And black played h5.
Yes.
With the idea of trying to trap, perhaps, the bishop. So then it's up to white to...
So now you can play, I think you can play queen, knight to, can you play knight to d2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this is possible.
Or h3, I guess, also is possible.
Yeah. That's also possible.
But we'll see. This is a theoretical position. And what I like with this is that both players seems to be interested in a fight.
Yeah.
That's nice. Because these games will normally be very dynamic and interesting. So
I think if you're in this, like playing on board 4 now, you still have 2 games to play. You still have good chances to make a really good result.
Yes.
So making a draw, for instance, that won't help you much.
No, because these players has got, they have Dai Shangren, he's got 5 points. No, 5 points, yes. While Krishna Sai has got 5.5. So especially Dai Shangren, I think if he wants to go for one of the top prizes, he needs to win today.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Okay.
So
we will jump to the next game here. And we have the Kazakhstani Salmakhanov Ramzan against the Polish almost veteran player. He has played for a long time. Bartolomej Heberla.
That is well known here in Sweden because he's been playing many tournaments, but especially he's playing for Eksjö.
He plays in the Swedish National League.
Yeah, that's right. So
okay, so here we have Nimzo, Indian, with e3. I think we saw that yesterday in this Axel Falkevall. He played with bishop d2. And here we get it again.
Yeah. This is popular.
And this is actually quite similar. I think in that game Black played, did he play rook e8 or something like that? And
maybe, yeah.
Axel played something with queen c2 and bishop d3.
Yes.
But here we see b6. It's a different way to play for black.
Yes.
And white took, played rook c1, bishop d3.
Everything now is very logical because if you look at the position, you can see that the black bishop on b4. Normally, you have the idea to take on c3 and give white a bad pawn structure. But in this position, when you play bishop d2, the idea is to take back with the bishop. So most often, the black bishop on b4 will go back to e7, not taking on c3, even though that might be possible, but most likely not.
It's possible, but maybe not so good. But he played bishop e7 immediately, knight e5 and c5.
And now it is like white has got an extra tempo in a way, but on the other hand, the bishop on d2, if we compare with other variations, but on the other hand, the bishop on d2, normally you want to have it placed on g5 or something like that. So there are pros and cons with this. You have Yeah. Okay. So
I think this is very important that black plays the knight to c6.
Yes.
Because if you play the knight to d7,
then f4 might be very strong.
Then you have the problem that you have no pressure on d4.
Yes, that's
right.
And
when white plays like this with the knight on e5, he has sort of left the pawn on d4 a little bit unprotected. So knight c6 is actually a very crucial move to equalize the game, so to speak.
Now, one question. Can you play like... No, bishop a6. It doesn't make... I don't know. It's probably not good.
You just take it.
Just take it and take on e7. And it will be...
I think that is in black's favor.
I think so too.
Exchange.
Yes.
And you still have this bishop on d2.
No, I agree.
So, no, I think the bishop on d3 is...
it's a good one.
Yeah.
No, okay. So if you cannot... But if you cannot do that, or what shall you do? And then you maybe have to take on c6. And then you lose a little bit of your
because
pressure.
White would like perhaps in some instances to play something like f4.
Yeah, that's the move you want to play.
And you get this type of Pillsbury setup with d4, f4, and the knight on e5, and you can go on the attack very efficiently with this.
Yes.
But the pressure on d4 might make it... you could go f4 because of the take. You could change, but you don't want that. So
but then the pawn on f4 is not a good one.
No, that's the problem. So the question is, what do you do here? You could play, I don't know.
But it's interesting that he's thinking so much, also Hebela, because he is, this. Normally this is a theoretical position, but he is not sure how to continue here. Could it be that knight e5 was too early?
Yeah, it might be, one of these empty punches that, suddenly maybe he would like to have the knight on f3 back.
Because it's normally in black's favor to swap pieces, I think,
of course.
In general.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, white could take on c6, take on c5, play maybe for these hanging pawns. That's a way to play. But in this situation, I think black is...
Okay, take on c5, and then if
you take with the bishop, maybe knight back, maybe it's a better... Let's say something like this.
Okay, what about knight a4?
Yeah, why not? So now we have a choice. c4 is possible. Doesn't have to be bad.
No. But at least then you have... There is some concession made, if I put it this way,
Yeah. Knight d7 looks a little bit
clumsy.
Yeah, it doesn't look so nice. But I
could
think
could be.
Yeah. Generally, when you have this type of position, you prefer to do this at some point, and open the.
But on the other hand, also what white wants normally when you're playing against these kind of pawns is to have the bishop on f3 and the bishop on a3 to put pressure.
We have a move.
Yes.
So before you start discussing something, bishop e1.
Okay.
That was not expected.
No, but in one way it makes sense.
Which number would that have in your list of possible moves?
Well, I can say that if you want to keep the pawn on d4, there is not so many options.
But still bishop e1. It looks.
Yes, but what can be is that, of course, if you want to play with f4.
Yeah.
Then the bishop can come out on h4.
Yeah, it's not so stupid. I think the
idea is, of course, take on d4.
We can just check this.
Yes, exactly.
And take this.
And now, take on h7.
Now we have this.
King take, I think, and queen take d4.
Queen.
Yes.
And now white can be quite happy because the black...
But bishop c5 and...
but the black...
94.
Yeah, but the black king is a little bit weakened. So usually this type of position...
Yes.
At least white has some hope here because it's imbalanced. Black has some weaknesses in the pawn structure, and white has a free game. I mean,
but can you play bishop c5 and then d4? Your bishops can be,
So I guess we take a check
and then
here.
go back, king g8.
Should we play bishop d2 or
then
something?
I play d4. That was my idea.
Yeah.
So because the bishop because I totally agree with you, but if black can just play d4, queen d5, he might have a really good position, and rook e8, and you have to go back. So it's not that easy for white, I think.
But still, I mean, there are no weaknesses in the white position. I think this should be somehow, I believe.
What about bishop a6?
Yeah, but it's white's move, right?
Yeah, I just saw that there is some threats.
Yeah, you have to watch out for that, of course.
Mm-hmm. I think that this can be dangerous for
yeah, it could be.
It can be. I mean, I don't say it is, but I would be a little bit.
You would be a little bit worried here. Yeah. We have. Let's see. We played Queen H4. Maybe here we could also check here.
On D3. Yeah.
Then we protect against this
King
one.
G8.
King goes away. And now maybe just play something like, I don't know. But then you can play D4 again, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
D4 is like that is if you
maybe knight A4.
Mm-hmm.
Attacking the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And if you move back, maybe I can.
Bishop D6.
Yeah, you could play that. Maybe even bishop C3 is possible. Put the bishop on D4.
There is one other move. Instead of bishop C5, maybe you can play Queen E8.
Here?
Yeah, it could also be a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Threatening both knights. And if you take on C5, I simply take back. And how is that position?
Yeah. Yeah, now we have the hanging pawns again.
Yes,
maybe just play a simple move.
And rook C8 and
yeah, and then we play.
And you have at least you have some kind of
maybe bishop D2.
Yes, and knight E4.
Yeah. I don't know, rook E1, something like that.
Mm.
It's a game.
Okay, it's a game.
Yeah.
But I think that black is absolutely okay.
Yeah.
I believe.
But bishop E1 looks a little bit strange, but maybe it's a deep.
Okay, there is one other possibility. If take on D4, take on C6, and take on E4, but that looks really strange to have played bishop E1 in that case, you know.
Yeah, but this is playable.
It's playable, yes.
It shouldn't be too bad.
No, okay. I mean white should be okay, but it's hard to say that white would have any advantage. But let's go to the next game.
Yeah. So here we have Swiss player,
yes,
Benziger,
yes,
Fabian, playing white against Krzysztof Racek. I think we have seen Racek before.
Yes. I think they were
one of the earlier rounds.
Both of them were so Racek is, I think he's 17 years old, 2489, and but Fabian Benziger is older. So okay,
2 international masters fighting it out here. So let's see the opening here.
Yeah, and they are stuck in the opening a bit, you know.
So
he goes for the Greenfeld structure.
Yes.
That is supposed to be quite okay against G3, I think, you know.
Yes. And castles was played. Yeah. Very, very early. It's difficult to say anything about this. White will take back the pawn, I guess, on C4. Now, right now, knight E5 is a little bit of a threat. But black could, for instance, castle, I guess, or bishop D7 or something. Shouldn't be too bad. So we'll just have to see what happens. So should we look at some Swedish players here? We on board 8.
We have our Swedish hope, Tiger.
Yes, the young man from. Where is he from? Somewhere.
From Malmö.
Malmö, yes. Tiger has been playing for a long time. A very strong player, and he has written a book about the Tiger's Modern, I think it's called, right?
He's actually written many books.
He's written many, but I think that's the most well-known.
Yes.
I think I have it at home. I've read it. I think he's also done an update of this book, right?
Yes,
he did the first version, but then he quit playing the Modern.
Yes.
For some reason.
Yes.
I think he said it was unplayable.
Well, you know, I think it goes ups and down, this one. But but what you can say with it when it comes to this type of openings, that quite often when you like with his Modern and so on, he will always have it in his sleeve, you know. So you can place as a surprise at the time or something like that. So it's of course good to have.
But I think it's very sound to play openings and then discard them and play other openings. You improve by doing that. I know that Bent Larsen wrote a book about the open Spanish and then he quit playing it forever after that.
Okay.
Because he said, I have given all my secrets, so I cannot play it anymore.
No,
that's
in a way it's true.
Okay, so let's see what happened in this game. So
what is nice with Tiger is that he is always playing for a win. Almost, his games will always be very dynamic and interesting. He's trying to create,
and he always has these very strategic plans. It's never only tactics, right? There is always some strategy.
And what is interesting with it is sometimes he's ready to sacrifice a piece of his body for his. Now we had this discussion with him when he's here the last time, and he was so sure about the position.
Yeah, he was ready to sacrifice himself for the position.
And when then
a little bit extreme to my taste.
Maybe, especially when you asked him what part of the body are you ready to sacrifice. Then you didn't get an answer. I think no.
He was contemplating.
Okay, this is interesting.
Yeah. So here is a little bit unusual. Black puts the knight in front of the pawn. But of course he wants to play maybe e5 at some point.
But this is a bit challenging because here, I mean, you can even think about playing c5. This c5, if you can play c5, a3, b4.
But the problem, you can do that. The problem, of course, is that you lose some of the influence in the center.
Yes. Yeah. That's right.
We should mention that Sislak, I think he's 15 years old. Young guy.
Yes, I think so. Yes, that's right.
And international master
already.
And he's actually higher rated than Tiger.
Yes.
Of course, Tiger has had much higher ratings before, and it goes up and down. So, but this Patrick Sislak is a
real talent.
Real talent. And here he has found some interesting opening. I cannot say I've seen exactly this before.
No.
Instinctively I would say, like you say, this should be good for white somehow a little bit, but
yeah, because normally you want to play with your c pawn to go to c5 or c6 to stabilize, but here you are quite often in this position. You play more like take on c4 and play e5, for example. So you are ready to challenge in that way the center. Okay,
let's see what happened here because they have played more moves. So a3 was played.
It's a little bit. But he fought for 20 minutes on that move. Take a look at that. After knight c6, that was a surprise to me, I guess. Knight c6. Yeah. Then he had, his 22 minutes on this a3. It's almost bizarre, But okay, c5 is maybe something that you calculate on. But on the other hand, your opponent is very, very well prepared. Then you want to get out of theory in that sense,
Yeah.
But for me, c5 would be a move, just at least to think.
But I think I understand Tiger here, because if you play this here,
and then
suddenly the knight is very good on c6, and it's not so easy to get b4.
Let's say that you play a3, for example.
Yeah, but then you can do a5.
Yeah, maybe.
And then b6, and suddenly this whole construction is not working. So he wants to do this, but he plays a3 first. So preparation.
Yes.
Because if black plays a5, okay, now then you don't have to play c5.
No, that's right. That's right. And then it's advantages for white.
So black took. Knight d2, knight a5, queen a4, b6. So very sharp game now.
But look at this. Still, he hasn't been thinking at all.
No.
Sislak, so he's still inside his preparation.
Yeah.
And now, of course, take on c4 is the logical move.
Yeah, this happened. Bishop b7, bishop g5.
Yes.
So here we are. Now it looks pretty normal. For a while it looked a bit strange.
I would even say that it looks very equal, I think. I don't think that white has managed. I mean,
no.
Let's say you play h6. Will it take on f6 then?
That's a good question.
Because normally in this type of, white, if you move your knight, it will be a swap of bishops and...
Yeah, it's true.
It's not so much.
No.
I think black is absolutely fine in this position. But on the other hand, now it's time to play chess, and Tiger is good at that. So
no, but this will be a fight, and I mean, anything can happen here. So let's see, do we have anything else we want to check? We can look at Axel.
Yeah, Axel, because in a way I think Axel is the one who has played the best tournament among the Swedes, and also the best writing performance.
Yeah, because he's been up there playing against the best.
Four grandmasters he's played with. Yeah.
So, okay, so he plays the veteran French
Christian Bauer. That had a very interesting game also.
Yeah.
That he lost, unfortunately for him.
Yeah.
So, but an experienced grandmaster, 25-56, and we have a little bit special setup with the knight on d2. And the advantage with that, compared to knight c3, is that he's still, not showing his card where to put the pawn on c2. Should it go to c3 or c4? So he can go into the King's Indian. Even though right now it's more like a Pirk or Yugoslav opening.
I think in this instance it's more likely to be c3 than c4.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so castles, knight c6, and he played c3, e5, rook e1, and a5.
Okay.
I think this is a position that has been played before. This is not
of course,
something new.
Of course it is.
And usually you see a lot of maneuvering here.
Yes. And this I have played this position both with black and with white, I think even, and the interesting now is that I think black quite often plays with knight h5 in this position. Queen on e7, knight h5, and
try to go to f4 at some point.
To f4 at some point, then bishop goes to f1, and just hold the position like that.
But black would like to see white play d5, because then he can go all in on the king side.
And the thing is also, if you play knight to h5, white must show his cards.
Yeah.
Because now it's hanging a pawn. It's hanging a pawn on d4. But let's see.
So knight h5 is a possibility here.
Yes.
Maybe.
And then maybe you take on e5 even. I don't know.
Yes, you can do that.
Knight c4 or something.
Usually white does not have very much in this setup. No. It's safe, but it's not so aggressive.
That's right.
So if I was Axel, I would
be quite happy.
I would be quite happy here, because I have not been challenged much in the opening.
And I think that Axel, so far, beside the game yesterday, where in a way he came badly, I think, quite early on.
Yeah.
It's been really hard fights, and he has been standing up well against these grandmasters. So I'm sure he's have some confidence in that he can challenge these guys.
So we will also look at Blomqvist just to see what he's doing today. He had a very tough game yesterday.
Yes,
where I think he had many chances actually. He lost the exchange, and I think he after that he still had good chances in the game. But in the end he lost. It was a very interesting game, very, very tough game.
Of course.
Okay, so let's see what happens. He plays e4 in this game, e6, and we get into the exchange French. Is it called the Bern variation or something like that?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So here black has choices. Knight f6 you can play, knight d7. He went for knight d7.
And in one way this is a solid way for black, because even if white plays knight to d2 or knight c3, you react the same way. So you will get the same kind of structure. And you will play bishop e7, b6 maybe, bishop b7, and c5.
Yeah. We'll see. I think all those moves are coming here. So
yes. Okay.
And we should mention that he's playing an Indian international master, Hari Madhavan.
Yes.
Not so high rated, but probably a young guy and probably quite strong. So not an easy game for Eric. Eric's form looked very good in the beginning of the tournament, but then
a little bit up and down in his play. I would say.
Not so consistent. I mean, as you said, he's a very strong player. He's very good at calculating, and he's well prepared usually in the openings. That's my impression. So it has not been as good as it could have been for him here. Okay, let's see what happens. So knight f6, and then normally you take, and he did that.
And play bishop g5.
And here white has, you can play bishop.
That's right.
Bishop g5 is possible. Bishop d3 is move also.
Yep.
Queen.
Yes.
One idea is to just move the bishop out.
Queen
you move
e2,
the queen out, and maybe you even go queenside castle.
Yeah,
sometimes.
that's right.
You can choose. So many options for white. But instead he went for this fianchetto g3 idea. Very safe.
But also there is one logic to it, and that is that you know that bishop on c8 will try to get into this diagonal of a8 to h1. And then your bishop, if it can be first, it can maybe suppress this idea, you know. So, okay. But he plays b6, huh?
Yeah, it went a little bit unusual here. Bishop b5 was played.
Because he's now.
Yeah, because if he could play this move,
but then bishop b7.
But then black plays this move, and it sort of takes the sting out of this bishop.
Yes.
And black has easy game here. This reminds me a little bit of this game with Tiger with white. It's almost the same. Black has the same setup, right? So bishop b5 was played, bishop d7, a4.
Okay.
a6, and now bishop e2. And as you said, the bishop wants to get to this diagonal. Bishop d6, c4, and castles, and bishop e3. A little bit unusual. g3 is not really what you want to have made in this position, I would say.
No. I mean, if you would have your pawn on g2, you would be happy, I think.
Happier, at least.
Or happier, at least, you know. But because after this now, the idea is, of course, that black has made some concessions with a6, I think. Because
but when the bishop goes back to b7, for instance, what are you doing with white here? Well, maybe
a5.
You could say that, well, g3 is not that bad. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's not a major concession, but it's a little bit.
But if you play
odd.
bishop b7, maybe a5 is a strong one.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
and you have some pressure.
Yeah,
but okay.
Interesting. Very unusual. I haven't seen this type of play.
That's right.
Before. Okay, so let's go back to the first game.
Yes.
And we had, let's see, where were we? We were at a5, I think. d3 was played. I think we saw that, and c6. This was the position. Bishop d2.
And they continue with small, simple moves.
Small, simple. Yeah.
Yes.
d5, take. Queen b3, knight c6. So black has taken over a little bit by putting the pawn on d5. But then, of course, he also has weaknesses. And this d5 pawn is also a little bit of a target. And now suddenly this a5 is not super good. I mean,
there is a square for the knight on b5.
There are some weak pawn squares.
Yes.
So I don't like it so much for black. But on the other hand, he has established a pawn on d5, and white has no threats in this position.
Yeah, but okay, let's say that you play rook ac1.
Yeah.
It looks normal. What should black do? Because if you take out your bishop, then it's hanging on b7, I guess.
Yeah. You don't want that.
Bishop d7. Now let's hang on d5. So it's not clear how to continue in this position.
I think Shu is quite happy with this. I think this fits in with his style a little bit, because here he can probe, and he can use. He likes to play these small moves.
But okay, if you want to play aggressive, it's e5 here. Huh?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's see.
And they have even bishop g5 is a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
maybe then you can play bishop e6. Is that possible? Take knight b4 or something? I don't know. Can you trap the queen?
Maybe. Then it's hanging on e5 as well.
No, I was thinking maybe.
No, if you play bishop g5, it's white to play bishop g5.
Yeah, you want to do that? Yes. Let's say we go to e6 just to see.
Then I take. I take.
And I want to go here maybe. Because if you take, how is this position?
And queen a7.
You evade.
And then I go back, I think.
Yeah. So maybe
Doesn't
do
look
we
so.
have no that it doesn't work. So in this position, but the queen is in this position.
But you have no ways in beside your rook. You have no ways really to.
Yeah, that's the problem. But it just.
Knight c6 might come.
So bishop g5. Maybe we have to do something else. You could of course play like d4, but it looks a bit ugly. Then knight e4 maybe.
Exactly. Well, I think this is dangerous actually. For White's pieces are so ready for this as well. So I would.
No, but I think you have to play this move. You have to give the b pawn. It's such a weak pawn. Just give it.
He played rook ac1. Huh?
Yeah,
good.
So, but here we're going to do something better, maybe.
Is it knight d4? But look now, Horvath has started to think. So it's obvious that he's out of his preparation at least, and he has been so far after the opening. It has been Horvath who had the better time so far. So I think this is a little bit, but at least it's not what he's used to. I cannot see. I think this is just fine for. I think e5 is a wrong move. I think you need to find something else. That's my feeling after rook ac1. But it's a critical moment now because there is no obvious move for black. If you cannot play e5, what else move to play? Is it like e6 or what shall you do?
Okay, I want to have a second go at this.
Yeah, sure.
So I'll go here. You take it. Maybe we can play this move.
Okay. I see.
And now we have a small but deadly threat.
Okay, and bishop f4?
Yes, you can play it. This is the question. Now, you can do this.
Yeah.
Can I go to h5 maybe?
Then I take on f7, I thought.
Nice. And if I go here, then you
I take on g. I take on.
What do you do? Where do you take?
I take on g6.
Then I take your queen.
And then I take with a knight on d6. And I am 2 pawns up.
But you took on g6, you said.
No, okay. Let's take on f7 instead.
Okay, let's just see that it's so complicated, so we need to check it. So,
take on f4 and take on a8 was my idea. But okay, then it will be interesting because you will get 2 pieces, huh?
Maybe this.
And I take on a8.
Now we take here, maybe.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I mean. I take back and you have...
Okay, he didn't play that. What happened? Rook ac1, he played h6.
Yes.
He didn't play...
Because he didn't want... He preparing for e5.
This looked so strange, but that was actually our just a test.
Yeah.
No, I think that's... e5, maybe it was playable, but it was very, very risky.
Yeah.
No, h6 I like much more. Now he has prepared maybe to play e5, but he could also play a move like e6, just play very... you could be a little bit afraid that maybe white could enter with the knight somehow. It could make some sort of jumps, maybe go up here or even jump in here.
I was also thinking, but there is one other move, that is to play e4. To be, as white is ahead now in development, there is some kind of logic to it that you are trying to open up the position,
Yeah.
But it's I'm not sure it's good, but I just say it might be possible,
Yeah. But
maybe you can play. Maybe you can play a4.
Yeah, it
to undermine,
Yeah.
So it looks. I don't really like e4, but in this type of position, when black is starting to do moves like h6 and a5, something with all your pieces ready, it could be time for this kind of.
You might even be able to play d4 and e5 now, and just take a lot of space. And the question is, what is white doing? So let's say here, I don't know. Let's say you go here or something.
Either that or a4 is also.
This is also an alternative, but maybe then you don't threaten the pawn. So I don't know. Maybe now also e5 possible.
True.
Okay, very interesting position after h6. anything can happen here.
Yeah, now
white might have a very slight, tiny edge, but it's not so much.
But it's quite cool position in that sense that it's like a little bit tricky what kind of moves to make.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So we will jump to this game.
Yeah.
I think we were here.
Yes.
So there was castles, bishop e7, rook
e1.
e1.
Yeah, that we saw that.
C5.
So how did you react?
Yeah.
Okay, c5.
And e4.
Yes.
As expected. And now b5 and bishop f1.
Yes.
Bishop b7. a4. Castles. And we can see that up until here.
Here you can take on e4 or?
This was obviously theory because Li or Li Di has actually used 0 minutes at this point. But here suddenly 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a bit strange to be surprised by castling, isn't it? Isn't that the most obvious move in the position? Oh, well, okay, b5 is hanging.
Yeah, I mean to take on e4, I can believe is.
Yeah, maybe that's Li's preparation here. Lots of sharp lines with taking on e4, taking on b4, b5, and then black just castled. Obviously, it's not theory because he has also thought for a long time. But now they are on their own, both of them. Very interesting position, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Very sharp. It could end up with lots of exchanges and a draw, of course.
That was actually my feeling when I saw this. That
there's a big risk for that.
Mm-hmm.
Since they are not really developed, and then you throw pawns forward.
Mm-hmm. They have a tendency to be swapped off.
Yeah, will be swapped off, and in the end, it will be some even game.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to jump actually to the Indian derby here between Siva and Sengupta.
Okay, so what happened?
A clash of generations.
We had, I think, c take d4 at least. Yeah. Okay. Can move forward.
Just to recapitulate.
Mm-hmm.
So we had this taking and queen b6, knight b3, as we said, knight b4.
Now this is interesting because he has got another idea here, and that is also to play for bishop b5 or bishop a4.
Yeah, of course.
Because this is the classical French bishop on d7 is normally the weak one, and if you can swap off the white one on e2, then you normally have an okay game. So this is a logical way to play. And after bishop a4, you're threatened to take on a2.
Yep.
Winning immediately.
Yeah, I would say it's not only to swap off, it's actually to attack.
Yeah, to attack, yes.
Because the bishop is not so bad when it comes to a4. Then suddenly it's quite a good piece.
This is quite interesting.
So in the game there was bishop d2 and bishop a4, as you mentioned. Rook c1. And now rook a8.
Wait, I want to see this position. Okay. Because now rook take, I guess you queen take, huh? Rook take, queen take, and you're threatened to play to c8, and okay.
No, I have a feeling that this is
theory. Yeah.
This it's
or
the idea.
Analyzed,
Yeah, because Sengupta he played this very fast, rook a8,
and now it's hanging on a2.
Yeah, and suddenly white is under pressure here.
So there's only one move. Huh?
So he had to take. He took on b4. Bishop takes. Bishop d3.
Because now you cannot play a3 because then bishop take a3 maybe and take on b3. Could be possible at least.
Maybe there's in this position if you play a3, maybe you can play this move.
Yeah, even
because you cannot protect.
Correct.
b3. So so bishop d3, knight e7. It looks like black has managed to solve the opening.
I agree.
Problems very easily here. White does not have much here.
But okay, let's say queen e2. Let's say that you play queen e2.
There is this Greek gift here, taking on h7 at some point. So you could do this.
What is the position? Are we into the knight e7 is the last move? So queen e2 at least there is some logic to it because now I think you're threatened to play knight to c5 also.
You could another move, typical move in a position like this is to play h4. just to send in one more guy to help in the attack, because when black has all the pieces here, it's kind of empty on the king side.
No, I think white, okay, this should be okay for maybe you play, I don't know if you want to play bishop b5, I'm not sure, because you also liked this pressure on b3, but
maybe that's the right way, but the bishop on a, but you have to be careful, because
a3 is threatened,
could be very irritating.
Correct.
And then after bishop a5, rook c5, and you just resign.
No, so that's more so in one way, then knight c6.
Yeah, he could do that.
Something like that. But no, the more I look at the position, the more I feel that white, we said that black might have some pressure here, but I think that white can also be better if black is not watching out.
Yeah. Very interesting position, lots of chances for both sides.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the next game here. We have die against Sai.
Die against Sai.
Yeah. Yes. And it's also a clash between China and Canada.
Yes.
And we have some development here. So let's go back and see where we were.
We had this.
So we had the
G5.
We had H5.
No.
H5.
Yes.
H5.
Exactly.
And white played knight d2. I think
yes.
you mentioned this move.
Yes.
Knight h6, of course. Go back. F3, g5, bishop f2, and f5. So black is all in on the king side. There is one important fact, though. White has not castled.
Yes.
So the attack, it's not clear that it's a king side attack. It's a king side attack, but it's not an attack on the king.
The thing is that even if you now, the logic could be like queen c2 and then long castle. Even then, I think queen c2. I think black would play f4.
Yeah, but he took.
Yeah, I just say that the point is that because in that position with the pawn on f4, it's not easy for white to create an attack.
Yeah, this has been played many times. No, white took here, and this is typical, because you have this fantastic square where you can put a knight.
Yes, and then you can go for the long, and then you can go for the long castle, for example.
And then suddenly, black might have overextended on the king side. This is the problem when white has not castled. Had white castled, it would be just a king side attack. But now, b6, queen d2, bishop h6, and now g4. What do you say about that?
Yeah, now white is playing against the bishop on h6, I think. But also the thing I like with this move is that you cannot play knight to h4. That is the logical move.
You take it.
Because I take it and the bishop is hanging on h6. So that's one very important. I think that is a very important finesse, because otherwise knight h4 would have been an excellent move,
But I like g4. It's the right way to play. Like because if he hadn't done that, let's say he had
g4 is very
played this move, then suddenly this move comes and you can say, it's actually resigns. So but g4 is very
g4
important.
Is stopping the bishop, but also now if now black, I think almost need to play knight to d4, because if you go back with the knight, I think white will have a good game. With bishop e3 and h4.
Let's just look at something like this. But I think you can actually play h4 here.
Maybe you can even take on g5.
Yeah, but
h4. Yeah,
I
agree.
h4 and take with the pawn, and suddenly white has a fantastic attack.
Most likely. Yeah.
And black has just misplayed it completely. So this is a very dangerous situation for black.
So no, it's a very crucial situation, and that's why I say that knight e4 might be. You need to play this.
So let's see what happens here. So you threaten to take on f3.
Yes.
So and white could,
because this sacrifice. Now bishop take d4. Here, if you take with the bishop, this is a classical way to play with black. Also now either bishop g7 or you play knight e5. And you have pressure on g4 and so on. So I don't think that white wants to play this. There is one other move, and that is to play h4 again. After I was thinking about that. That's a really interesting situation. g4, knight e4, h4. Your move again.
Yeah, this is possible.
Because take on f3.
Yeah, it's not so dangerous. You just take. We can check it. So take, and I guess.
And then h take g5.
Yeah, and then we force the bishop back.
And then you take on h5 with the pawn.
And then you take here, and suddenly white has an attack with the pawns. Should be good. And the knight is very strong.
you're a pawn up as well, so this is winning.
Now, my impression is that white is better here.
Yes.
Because I think black has played much too quickly, and he has just thrown the pawns forward.
Mm.
And now he's stuck with a very weak pawn formation.
This idea of playing h4 is very, very dangerous.
Right.
What do you do, actually?
Yeah. No, this is bad for.
Okay, I have one idea. To take, it's a little bit okay. Take on g4, knight d4, h4. My idea was to take on f2.
Mm-hmm.
Sacrifice.
Yeah.
But
and then what?
The idea was king take. Then you can give a check and take on h4 maybe. But I don't know.
But then we have
You have g5 again, yeah. No, this looks crap. Rook f1 and everything. No. It's just like this is the typical way to try to do something.
Yeah, you have to try something. Very difficult position.
I think that
we'll see what
white is white. It seems like black is really dangerous now. Maybe has not seen g4. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we go to the next game. And nothing much has happened here. There was this bishop shocker move for me, at least. Bishop e1.
But this
you were prepared for it, but I wasn't.
But this was very strange. I think that here, the crucial thing is to take on d4, and then take the pawn on d4 and bishop c5. I think that would look very dangerous to me. You were not as convinced as I was. But
yeah, I saw that there are some merits to it, but there are also some drawbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And I can understand why black does not want to go into that position.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying it's bad.
No.
I'm just saying that in a practical game, and there's a lot at stake and so on.
But what do you think? After c take d4, do you think he will take on c6, or do you think he will take back on d4?
Yeah, he has both options, and I think black saw that if white wants, he can play completely safe by taking on c6 and taking on d4, and then he cannot win with black. Then then white plays for draw. But white also has this option to take on d4, knight takes, bishop takes h7, and go for the win. And he didn't want to give white this this choice.
Okay.
I think that's my reasoning.
Yes.
Okay. So bishop e1, he played a6.
That's for me a strange move.
Yes, it's.
I don't like that move. No. But okay.
It might be a preparation for
c4 and b5. Yeah.
For c4 and b5. That could be one idea. So white now played f3, not f4, but f3.
Still ready to get out the bishop to g3, h4. So it's
now I think it's obvious if you take on d4, white is going to take on c6. Because else it will be very dangerous on this diagonal.
And a6 has not strengthened the position for black in any way.
But it hasn't
in that position. I mean.
But f3 has weakened the king.
Mm-hmm.
So we can just have a line here. Let's say takes here.
Okay, I understand what you mean. Yes.
Yeah, knight takes, and we go for this thing here and take here happily.
Bishop c5.
And suddenly it's not so happy anymore.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
The joy is gone.
The joy is gone.
So f3. I think after this we will see this move.
Mm-hmm.
And now white can play with
the white and also white has got one advantage here. That is the bad black knight on f6, because this is a classical way.
Right.
So here white will be slightly better.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure he will not. That will be a surprise if he take on d4 in this position.
So very interesting play here by Hebela, I think. Very interesting. This bishop e1, f3. This is not your ordinary moves. I mean, because. It's much easier to play in normal moves, in quotations. You could take on c6, take on c5, and just try to play that position. But you found some, to me, a little bit original stuff. Bishop e1, a6, f3. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so next game, and we go to Racek against Benziger, Fabian, an international master. So we had this queen a4, knight c6, castles, rook d1, bishop e6, knight c3 and knight d5.
They've been thinking a lot, I think.
Yes. So now the question is, what do we do here? We cannot take on c4 with the queen. We should just show that for educational purposes. Knight e3 with a attack here on the queen
and on the rook.
And it's a double attack on the queen, so you cannot. Else you could perhaps play d5, but you cannot because the queen is hanging. So d5, the knight takes the queen. Okay, so knight d5 looks interesting. Of course, black has ideas. One idea could be to go here and basically say, I have a pawn, you're not getting it back. But maybe white has some e4 ideas here. I don't know.
The point is, after e4, you play knight to b6. And then you take the pawn on d4, because now you don't have a pawn to e3.
Yeah, I know.
So I think this is a mistake to play e4 in that position. So.
Yeah. Yeah. We have to show it.
Of course.
No. This is.
So instead,
we are not so much analyzing as showing.
No, of course.
Because we are not stockfish, even though we think so sometimes.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway, so knight d5, is black better here?
Maybe.
That's not a good answer. Yes or no?
No. You just have to analyze.
Yeah,
because
I know.
Because it's also like this, that if you can get back the pawn on c4, you know, the black pieces are a bit strangely placed. You know,
agree,
c6, e6, and so on. So then e4 can be very, very dangerous.
If white gets e4, d5 suddenly, even if you sacrifice something, it could be very strong. But it looks like black has. He has everything in order. I mean, black's pieces are quite well placed here. I mean, the bishop on g7 is active, bishop on e6 is active, both knights are active, and white hasn't really developed yet. This is the negative side of playing your queen in the opening, right? Suddenly you have to move back.
But if you play, let's say that you play queen to c2, you go back.
You could take on d5 maybe, I don't know, maybe that's a move.
And bishop take?
Yeah. And then you play.
Then you really want to bring in then queen c2, or?
But then you could maybe take on f3 and take on d4 again. Then we get this old
That's
story.
Right. Yeah.
No, it's not so easy. I think white. Yeah.
I think black should be happy here. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I feel so too. Of course, white could just, play the position and say, okay, I will eventually take. Is the knight g5?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was calculating.
Could this be the idea? Knight b6 is
exactly.
But then can you take on e6?
Take on a4, d8, take on c3,
take
on c6 maybe, or
something like that.
Could be.
And it's probably Let's look at that line because I think it's an important line. So that would be knight b6 because you cannot move the bishop.
No.
And if you take here, like this, I guess we just take back. And now this
e4. But also you are threatening to take on. Take on e6 and take on
suddenly
c6.
Black's position is not comfortable.
No, this is not good.
So knight g5 looks good.
I was thinking about
knight b6.
Okay, we can play knight b6. I was also thinking about simply to take on d4.
Immediately.
Maybe. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, looks dangerous, but maybe it works. You threaten to take on c3, I guess. Maybe. Do you?
Maybe.
And then knight
at least my idea was that if you take on e6, I think you can take and pawn take e6 and take on c4. I think you can take on c3, and then knight f3 and take on d1.
Okay. What did you say? Take on e6 now? Okay, let's try that.
And then f take e6, and if you take queen take c4, that looks normal. I think you take on c3 with a knight. That was my point.
That's a fine point. So let's look at that.
This
Queen takes, we have this move,
yes.
and you cannot take with the queen because knight takes e2, so you have to take
and
here.
now you cannot take
and
knight
then you
f3.
have this
yes.
one, and then this rook is falling, and the game is over. So yeah.
So it could be that you are.
So maybe knight takes d4.
Mm-hmm. I think if you play like e3 to try to do something first, then you can take on c3 and play b5.
Yeah.
Or
But
then it's hanging. Okay.
There's also this move. Just check here and take on c3.
Yes.
Take the take. This is just winning for black. Maybe not winning, but close to winning, I would say. Black is 3 pawns up, so
Yeah, and the rook is hanging on a1.
Everything is
collapsing.
Yeah, okay. So very tricky position here. It will be interesting to see.
But it's also very, I mean, to do like this, you know, you really have to be after knight g5, and to take on d4, you have to be very sure because it's so complicated as well. You know, there might be something.
So let's go forward, and we go to
Tiger. Yeah.
Tiger. And as we said, it looked very even, the position.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, we had this.
Yeah.
It's sort of similar to what we just checked, but it's not the same. But so it was like this. You said, what does he do after h6? And he took.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the position now.
Yeah.
I predict a draw in this game.
Yes, me too.
I don't see any big... Because if you take on c5, I think you can take with the pawn or with the queen also.
Mm-hmm. Or rook c8
maybe rook c8 also. Then you could perhaps play b4 and b5, I don't know, and get a pass pawn, but you could just take back with the queen, and then the b I mean, everything is so weak, it must be a draw. So we can just look at that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Just this. I mean, I think the simplest.
Yes.
Because you always have this rook here, and
rook fc1, or
yeah, maybe rook fc1.
You play rook.
Maybe rook b8. Okay. Yeah, this should be. Well, rook c2. Of course, you can play this move.
Or rook fc8 or rook b3 maybe.
Probably rook b3. Yeah. And then you put the other rook here. Now this is.
I think it will be a draw.
Textbook draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah. This was the position. So let's go to the next one. We have
Falkeval next.
There, yes. And this is an interesting game. We have Axel, who played very well last year and also has played well this year, but he has had some problems, like yesterday, for instance. So in this position,
it's almost a Benoni, but
yeah,
we have the pawn on c7.
I think we saw h3, and Axel.
That's a bit of a surprise to me, but okay. Yeah. Because I know when I play this, I play with queen e7, bishop d7. I take it slowly normally. You know?
Yeah. So you could go for some, or I don't know. Maybe you can go here immediately.
Yeah, maybe. But I think queen. When I played it, I played with queen e7, bishop d7, rook a, e8, and then knight h5. You know, a little bit waiting.
There are ideas of trying to get your knight here and try to maybe do something.
Yeah, but black's play in a way is on the king's side. So, yeah.
White usually goes back with the bishop. Maybe put the king on h2, and then he plays g3, and the knight has to go home. And lots of lines. So in the game he took on d4, a little bit of a surprise.
That's a surprise.
And knight d7, okay. Not so stupid, because it's not so easy to protect.
But I think that structure, you know, after d5, must be okay for
we
white.
can just see that this.
Then suddenly a5 is a good move.
Yeah, suddenly a4 works well. So that's not good. So in the game, d5 was played. Knight e5. Bishop goes back. Take. e8. and then bishop here.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think about this?
I think white is better in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least slightly better. I don't say it's much, but
Yeah.
that's my feeling, when I see the position.
Yeah. The problem with this type of position for black is what is he doing? I mean, what's the plan? Is it f5 at some point, or how do you actually get somewhere?
But I also like this move, bishop b5, because now you want to play c6, but it's not so easy to get it done.
And also he uses the fact that a5 has been played, so suddenly it's very safe here. And there are some ideas
g5.
like put the bishop here, and it's a little bit uncomfortable for the queen. And how do you protect? You don't want to play f6, I guess. And
Then you go back and bishop d4, bishop e6.
So white has a slight advantage here.
Well, or maybe a big advantage. It can even be a big advantage, I think.
Okay, let's call it just an advantage.
An advantage.
Yeah.
I also believe that the c7. If you play queen c2 and go for the c7 pawn, can also be a little.
Yeah, this is problematic. I have played this type of position in a few games, and as you say, this pawn is a problem. You would like to play c6, but after bishop b5, I don't see that happen.
No.
In this game. Okay, so let's look at Eric, and then we go back to the top again.
Yes.
So this was an interesting game with some unusual bishop maneuvers, and black ended up winning the diagonal, you could say. Castles, bishop d6, c4 castles, bishop e3, bishop e4, knight d2. Yeah. Okay. So what do you think about this?
Okay, let's put it this way. I think that white has got, a more free play in a way. So I think
do you think white want to take
absolutely back? Of course, he wants to take on that. So he will go back. And now
do you want to do
maybe or a5. I think a5 is more dangerous here, isn't it? If white plays a5, I like this move. So because how should black react to this move? And then you can play. But I think. Because otherwise maybe black can play a5, and get a hold on b4. But now, it's can be.
It's something. Not quite clear what this leads to, though. But maybe you can have some play with c5.
Yeah, the question is if c5 is good or not. My idea was, a little bit to take away c5, but if you can play it, maybe it's good. And then maybe bishop f3 is a good move,
White should be a little bit better.
Yeah, that's my feeling too. Yes.
Okay, so I think we're going to go through once again a little bit quicker, and then we'll have a small break. Yeah. So, what happened here?
What has happened here?
We have to go back. So we had queen b3, knight
Dominic
c6.
Horvath, he's really playing like this type of interesting fighting chess, I think. You have seen many strange positions with him, that is hard to judge and so on. So, okay, so like we said, after h6, you had a feeling that white should do something.
Knight a4. It was one of the moves we were discussing.
Yes, and
because black has these weaknesses here. It's sort of a complex of weak squares. And he would love to put the pawn back on a7, right? So, but in this position now, Dominic decided to go all in, playing forward rather than backwards. And now one would expect like maybe rook to
b8 or
b8, maybe even rook a6 would be possible. Something like that.
Why not rook a6? How do you take the bishop? I just take the bishop
and take on e5.
Yes.
So this is the problem. Maybe he somehow missed this.
But I also think that
he could go here.
Even if you do that, you take, and then you take on a5. Look at that. Queen take. No, if you take with the queen. If you take with the rook, I can take on b7.
Yeah.
So it's losing a pawn. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe he realized in this position that whatever I do, I lose a pawn. So instead, he gave the exchange. He played e4. Take.
And then if you take with the bishop, then bishop h3, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. But what do you do here?
But now it's... Okay, now he really needs to... Okay, knight to d4, I guess.
Yeah.
Then you force the queen to go back to d1.
And then the knight is not
And then
trapped.
bishop f5.
Yeah.
And you're threatening on d3, and you are threatening on a8.
This is very complex. It's not so easy.
That could be the thing that he has. So he's got some compensation here with knight d4, I think.
Yeah. So,
or in this. Wait. Just here. This check. Because there is one way of playing that I was thinking of was to play after this queen b6. That would be to go for the a5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe white will be one pawn up in the end, you know.
Yeah.
Because he's got one pawn and one exchange more. Huh?
Yes.
So if you could easily to swap off queens and like that.
Yeah.
You can at least easily do it to queen b6.
No, but I like it. I queen d1 might be a little bit too. Maybe a little bit too passive. I think you can play queen d1. Is there anything wrong with
bishop
this?
f5. Let's try bishop f5.
Bishop f5, yeah. I was thinking maybe some bishop e3 move. Something like this.
Okay.
And I didn't quite see.
No, you are right. No, I didn't see this move, but knight c6. Knight c6.
Knight b6 maybe.
d4, and I will take your knight on b6.
Oh yeah, you have that.
So knight c6 now maybe.
Knight c6. Yeah, bishop c5 is possible, but then maybe you play with 3 pieces against. No, you only you play queen takes a8, right?
Yeah.
And it's an unclear game, I would say. 3 pieces for two rooks.
2 rooks, yes.
Yeah.
Are normally the 3 pieces are quite often better than the rooks.
Yeah, it's all about white also has a pawn, so it's not so clear.
No, I agree.
Yeah, interesting. Let's go to game number 2. This we cannot. We will just have to see what happens.
But still, it feels like white. It feels like white has got the upper hand.
Yeah, he definitely has, because
it's more a question of how. Yeah.
He has the choices. He can do whatever he wants, but he still has to decide. Okay, so here we have this game. We said that it looks like it could be a draw with lots of exchanges, but that did not happen actually.
No, this is
so. Yeah, there was a4 castles, and here Lee thought for a very long time, and then he played e5.
Yes, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Because now what is happening actually, he can maybe win a pawn on b5.
Yeah, knight d7 was played.
Yeah, normally you want to play like knight to d5 in this type of positions, but I think that his idea is to undermine the e5 pawn. That is what he wants to go for. He wants to take on d4 and then undermine the pawn on e5. So if you take b5, I believe you take back on b5, and then rook take, bishop take, and b5. And now the question is if you should take on f3 with your bishop, and then take on d4. But I'm not sure. Maybe queen b6 is a strong move also.
I don't think he wants to take on f3, because then he gives white the pair of bishops, and but just activity. What's that? I would say in this position, black has at least some compensation for this pawn, and we'll see what will happen. So we'll go to the next game, and this one, it didn't go the way we thought. In this position, we had wild ideas with h4, queen e2, and so on.
Now it can be a draw with
but instead
bishop c2, bishop b5, and go back and forth.
I think he's maybe thinking about putting the queen on d3 at some point. But he wants to avoid
bishop
double pawns.
No, I think even here you can maybe play knight to c5 actually.
Maybe you can go here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Bishop d3, bishop a4,
and then we have a nice
draw.
Yeah, this is the Indian draw.
Maybe they are the best friends. We don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So we will just have to see what happens here. I think
of course.
Nothing much has happened in that game. So here things have happened.
Yeah, but this was a little bit what we said.
G4, and you said knight e4 forced, and now h4 came.
Yes.
Also something you mentioned, h take, and he took.
He didn't take on g4. We thought take on g4. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't want to do that.
But it looks
probably good. But he took...
Okay, I have one idea. Maybe you can play rook f4 in that position.
Yeah, we don't look at that because
okay, we don't. No.
What
we don't
the bridges?
No.
We have so much to look at. So bishop g7.
You had to go back. Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's logical, isn't it? You mean he should take on f3 maybe?
I don't know what else, But now again, if you take on g4, simply take. What's wrong with that?
No, nothing wrong.
But okay, maybe you want to play knight f3, or do you want to play knight c5?
I was looking at knight c5. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Can you play knight f6 in that case? I don't know. Okay, then there is some play maybe.
Yeah, it's not so clear. It's not so clear. White should be better, but
yes,
it's not very easy here.
Maybe knight c5 you take and play knight e4,
something like that.
Mm.
But white has this e4 square. But of course, if he has to take on d4 and the pawn takes, that undermines the knight on e4.
I agree. No, actually, this looks better than
what we saw.
What we saw before. Yes, this was probably the best chance.
Yeah.
For no doubt.
Okay, so we will jump.
But I still think that white should be okay. But
yeah, I agree with you. So f3 was played here, b5. So this was the idea behind a6. A little bit.
Because now, if you take on c5, bishop take, and you can do it immediately. But the point is, of course, that then the f3, you have the long diagonal for the bishop on c5 down to e3. So. Okay.
Yeah. What happened in the game was that white played bishop b1. So white is slowly trying to put his pieces in a more attacking formation, I guess. He wants to attack h7, perhaps, play g4 at some point. Maybe put the bishop on g3 or h4 or something, queen c2. There are many moves, queen d3, something like that.
But queen b6, do you want to have your queen there?
Maybe. Interesting idea. Put it here. Putting pressure. Yeah.
Bishop f2 maybe?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. That looks like the most natural response. And then you can ask, what is the point with the queen on?
Yeah, that's right.
b6.
Rook
I think what can happen in this game is that slowly but surely the bishop on b7 turns out to be a very bad piece.
Yes. No. That's why I think for me it was a crucial moment earlier on. I want to check that later on when I said that, because I think that was a really. I think that was also what Hebela was looking at quite a lot,
But we have
because now
but
now I think he's got a position that he can, like you say, slowly just play on and should be happy, Okay.
So we will take the next one here. We had this Benziger against Racek.
That was an interesting move.
Yeah. So in this position, we were struggling a little bit
to find a move for white.
No, actually, it was in this position.
Yes.
But he played a very
interesting move because of course you can take now on f4.
Yeah. But then, that doesn't destroy anything.
No, because you're threatening to play d5 here. So I don't like this really.
No, this is good for white.
Most likely.
So I like bishop f4.
Me too.
And we didn't see it, or we were so into this knight g5 and all this, but all the tactics worked good for black. But now when the bishop is on f4, all those tactics are no longer working because the rook is protected on d1 and so on. So suddenly white actually can do things.
Yes.
So yeah.
But I have one idea. Okay.
But of course knight b6 is still an option here.
Exactly, and then queen is knight b6, I guess queen c2. Then there are like knight b4, and even just to go out also.
I don't know here maybe. Yeah. And do you want to put something on d5 maybe?
Yeah. No, I thought of, no, or bishop f5 could also be maybe. I don't know, because now the pawn on c4 is.
Of course e4 at some point, or.
Yeah, then bishop g4.
Or a3. Do you really want to go into?
Then I go to d5. That was the point,
Yeah.
Like this.
Maybe we can do knight h4 at some point, play e4, but f4 maybe at some point.
Yeah,
it's very tricky.
So it's
many
still
options.
an interesting fight, I would say.
Yeah.
This game.
So bishop f4, interesting. And now we're gonna see the Swedish, and then we're gonna have some coffee.
Yes.
So there was bishop takes c5. Okay, Tiger play. I think that's correct. He should keep the knight if he wants to play for a win, and he wants to play for a win. If he had taken on c5, it would have been a draw. Yeah. So this was a good choice.
Here you good, but you know what? I cannot see that Black has got any problems here.
No. Tiger might overextend here.
Exactly, because I was even thinking about before, if you can play queen b7 and bishop b7, Black can maybe claim an advantage somehow.
But if you take here now,
yes,
and we put this rook here,
and queen e5,
and then we take the other rook here maybe.
Yeah, rook d8.
Yeah. White has a very slight
pressure, yeah.
A little.
It should be equal, I think, this position, but okay.
Okay.
Then we go to Axel.
Bishop d6 was played, and then we have
Axel there. Yes.
So after bishop b5, Axel played rook f8. Sensible.
Try to get out of.
Yeah. And he's thinking of playing at some point knight to c5 or knight to e5 maybe, or knight f6 maybe.
Yeah, that's good.
Just get this knight out, and then maybe he can challenge the bishop with bishop d7 and get the game. But here White played bishop g5.
Yep.
And he played bishop f6.
Yes, and bishop. Yes, exactly.
Now we're going to get bishop g7 maybe.
And then you can take and play queen d4 check maybe.
Queen f6 maybe.
Yeah. I will have this type of position.
Yeah.
Where White will be slightly better, I think. But okay.
Okay, with that, we have concluded the first segment of this round, and we will now take a small break, and we will be back in like 10 minutes.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Okay, welcome back. This is the Rilton Cup, and we are looking at the 8th, next to last round. And I have a feeling that we might have a winner of Rilton Cup.
No, but
already today.
No, well, maybe we'll see. It depends on. We have in the lead Chu. Yeah. Is half a point to Demchenko. So of course it depends on also how Demchenko is doing today.
Well, but I have a feeling that Chu is going to do this on his own.
Yes.
So let's jump into the game.
Yes.
On the board 1. So I'm hinting at the fact that I think that Chu has a winning game.
Yeah, I know that. Of course.
Yes. So but let's have a look at the position.
Mm-hmm.
We had this knight b6 position. And in this position, he didn't move the rook. One would expect, but you correctly saw that after this move.
Yeah, you can take on c8.
And
whatever you take, you will lose a pawn.
If you take with the queen, you hang the e5 pawn due to the pin on the c file.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, you try
rook take.
Rook takes, and then
the pawn.
White can just take here. And black does not have it. I mean, sometimes a queen can be trapped, but there is no risk in this position.
No. And then, actually, what he's trying to do now, Torvalds, is just to, I think, find the best chance. And then to sacrifice.
Let's see what happens.
Yes,
so knight b6 was played, and so he cannot move the. If he moves the rook up, it's the same story. You just take here, and then you take on e5, and this is so hopeless. I mean, White has the pair of bishops, he has a pawn, he has the sound for pawn formation, everything is good. Black has nothing. So that's not possible. So he went for the chaos theory to try to create something. And Shu just took the rook. Took back.
Because if you take with the bishop, it's another story with bishop h3 then, I guess.
And here we were looking at this knight b4 move. But I think we came to the conclusion that you could even play something like this.
Yes, that's right.
And then, of course, black can check here. And he can take the rook.
And then I
guess you take the queen, maybe? Or maybe you take, I don't know. Bishop f5 is coming. It's not so clear. Rook takes. I don't know.
Okay, maybe this looks better chance. This is good for black. Or no, well, at least better than the other one. So I think you have to go back. So I think that after knight d4, what do you do?
Well, there is queen d1. Of course, if you want to go down route, it's
that's
possible.
Right.
And we were looking at something like this, and we played.
And the bishop e3, but I think bishop c3 might be better.
Might be a better move, yeah. And then if the knight goes back,
but it's a bit trapped now. So knight. So. Okay. Now bishop e3 must be in that. But what was happening after bishop e3? There was something.
Well, you pointed out that
knight c6. That's right.
Knight c6, and if this, you can do this. But maybe this is somehow good for white. It's not impossible that is the case. I don't know.
But now you have play at least, So let's go. But why didn't he play knight e4? There must be some because he didn't play this move, huh? He didn't play knight d4.
No.
So let's take a look. Why not?
Probably there's some simple solution to this. It looks logical to play.
There is one. I was thinking about if you can take on c8 and play queen a4, but then you will only be. It doesn't look good either.
You might even check and take on a8, and white has to recuperate the piece. Is not so clear. So maybe this was a possibility, but maybe he missed something here because he played bishop d7. And
Okay. Of course, what you can always do is that you can play queen d1, knight d4, queen d1, and then bishop f5, knight c7.
Yeah,
this you can do because if you take on d3, Then you can play rook e1.
Yeah.
And now you're threatening to take on a5 in the next move.
This is probably
this is bishop knight to c6. You can even take on a5.
Yeah. So lots of Probably maybe there are many options. Anyway, he didn't go for it.
No.
Instead, he played
bishop d7. Huh?
He played bishop d7, and now because now after
now if you go knight d4, if you knight b6,
then knight d4,
then knight d4. Okay.
So but now came this move.
Yes.
Bishop takes, and the knight went back, and as you said, white just took a pawn. Thank you very much. And also the a5 pawn is not possible to save. So this ends up with 2 pawns up for white. So a4 was played. Take it. Knight d7, bishop b4, rook e8, f4. And this is the position, and Dominic Horvat is thinking, but it's very difficult to see any line for him here. It's so simple for white.
I mean, if you take on a4 and take on b2, but again queen b3 first, and then bishop take d5, and then
d5 is hanging,
and then d5 is hanging. It's terrible.
You have the pair of bishops. Everything is good.
Yes.
Oh, this is difficult. So I would suspect that white will win this game. I don't think Shu is going to. And if he wins it,
yes,
he is already.
It depends on Demchenko. It depends on if Demchenko wins, it can still be interesting.
Yeah, and yes, that's true. And Demchenko, we will look at that, but it's not clear this game. So, but anyway, bishop d4 was played.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, something.
I was thinking about this move. What about bishop to c3?
Yeah.
Start to swap off pieces.
Yeah. It looks good.
Okay, then bishop a7. I think.
Yeah,
he will try to. You can even play d4 and knight c5. Okay. But okay, he's fighting. He's fighting.
Yeah.
And of course, can you take on d5 with the bishop?
Maybe. We can check it out.
Then you can take on a4 and play knight b6 maybe.
Maybe you have some tricks.
Like this. And this could be, this could be embarrassment for the Chinese player maybe.
No.
So there are still some tricks, but
probably not bishop.
If you just keep cool here, I think you should win. But a knight c3 is also a possibility, just to go back.
Maybe now we can protect with knight f6.
Of course. I just say then the game continues a bit, but queen d1, rooks e1, and so on. That looks very solid. So
usually when you have 2 pawns up,
yes, it's too much. Yes,
it's too much.
No, queen d1 and
but it's not it's not over yet. It's true. So let's go to Demchenko. And he plays black against Li D. And we had a position here. Let's see.
Yes, we had this of the castle there, I remember. If we go back. This here.
Here he played d5.
Why did he play that? Why not take on b5? Isn't that an obvious move to take on b5?
Well,
at least d5 was not on my radar, I must say. No.
So this is the type of move that looks impossible. You don't even think about it because
how can you play d5 here?
Well, you don't like the pressure against d4.
But I don't understand what's happening after.
Yeah, but let's look at this. Yeah, d5. And now he took with the pawn. Can you take with the bishop?
Why not take with? And then knight c3 he wants to play.
Yeah, something like this.
This is the idea, of course. Yeah. And then you take with you want to take with a knight on b5 and get some pressure, maybe. I
think the reason you do it is because you see that if you do the obvious, eventually black will get enough compensation or even get the pawn back. So instead you sacrifice this pawn. It's not really a sacrifice because you always get a pawn. So black has to take, and he took with the pawn, and now he took on b5.
And at least what's happening now is that you have like a pawn structure that is not symmetrical.
Yeah.
So that you have some chances, and try to. But I think that black also, this center is not, can be quite strong. And d4, that's what I thought also. You have a long diagonal.
Bishop d5. Yeah. This is the position now. And I think it looks looks okay for black.
It's absolutely okay for black. Yeah, I'm sure. Or I think so at least.
Yeah. And
okay, knight c4 and b3, but doesn't really look.
Yeah, you could play b3 and go to c4 with something, and we'll see what happens. This is interesting.
But the next move, knight c6, you will put some pressure on e5. It is black is fine, I think. Black is fine. After knight c6, you also have the idea of queen b8, maybe forcing him to take on c6 or something like that, and it could be.
So this is very important game for the top fight,
very.
And if Demchenko wins, he's still in the race. A draw could be okay also, but I think tomorrow, if Shu leads with a point, I think it will be very difficult to catch him.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go to the Indian meet here. We have Siva against Sengupta. This French position, and we saw bishop c2.
Yes.
Knight c6.
But here we said
a3.
Okay.
Yeah. And then back.
But
now h4.
But we had before knight c6. We said what is happening after bishop b5. Could it be a draw? Like this, and go back, and then go back. Yeah.
But I guess black is not interested in a draw here.
No.
He doesn't even want to give white the chance to change his mind.
He is higher rated and it's a grandmaster. Okay,
so he played knight c6, a3, bishop e7, h4.
That was the move you suggested.
Now the rook comes back to c8. Okay. Interestingly, it's been there before.
Yeah.
So black has wasted some moves.
It was time.
Rook e1.
Yep.
And castles.
Okay.
Yeah.
And queen d3 maybe?
Yeah. It looks logical. Threatening the famous mate on h7 here.
And I guess he will play g6.
Yeah. h6 is not so good. Then you realize it wasn't the pawn that was threatened, it was the king.
I agree on that one. So, but okay, g6 and a5, h5 for example, if you play like that.
Yeah.
How will black continue? Because now the problem is that with g6 played, you have a little bit outruled f6, huh?
Yeah.
So
especially, that's true.
So I don't know. Will you play like knight a5 or what is the moves for? Knight a5, take back and swap off and so on. How is that position?
Maybe you can take on b3 and play knight a5. With some pressure on b2 maybe, and knight c4 and things like that coming.
Could be.
Very.
So maybe not. It's not. I'm not sure h5 is the right move, but at least it looks logical.
It doesn't threaten that much. I mean, it puts pressure, but it's maybe not so threatening. So
sometimes you can play knight c5, this type of position.
Yeah.
And play for take, and then.
So let's say we do that. Threatening knight d7, so you're more or less forced to take, right? Bishop b5 is possible, but then
queen e3 is good.
So take, maybe rook take.
But okay, maybe bishop b5, and can you take on d4 in the next move?
So we did this, and we did this, and you want to go here?
Maybe.
Yeah, and then here, and then you want to take here.
If it's possible.
Yes. Yeah, it looks possible. Yeah, maybe this is not so good.
No. Okay. So
we have to be a little bit careful here.
Yes.
So queen d3 is okay, I guess. g6. Maybe not knight c5. It's a bit too
premature.
But let's say h5.
I liked your take to take. I like this.
Maybe this. You could take with the queen, of course.
Of course, yes. And then...
But then we get something like this, and maybe you play here, I don't know.
Maybe bishop a2.
This is perfectly fine for black.
Yes.
And then there is no attack anymore.
Yes. Okay, that's why I said that maybe, he played rook e3,
Yeah.
That could be absolute, because then you cannot take on b3.
Right.
So probably this was correct. And you are also ready for rook c3.
And you're also ready for a kingside attack with that.
No. This what looks like a very good move, I think.
Suddenly you maybe you threaten even to take on h7 and knight g5 check, bishop takes, pawn takes, and then the rook and queen comes to the h file, and it could be mate sooner than you wish.
Yeah, knight g5. Actually, this was a much better move. So now actually I think there is some pressure now, because I think knight a5, for example, I think black needs to swap off pieces here. So knight a5 you take.
Let's look at it. Is that the only thing you can do? Probably.
Knight c4 is also coming. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, let's say we take it.
And then
there's some taking.
You have to take on c2.
You can take with the rook, but I don't know if there's any point to that. No, b3 threat.
Exactly. So this.
So take, and probably queen takes.
And now you could play rook c3 to go for the c file.
Yep.
And I think that is, if anyone is better, it must be white, I think.
Yeah, he has a slight advantage. Okay, so rook e3 it's multi-purpose. Sometimes you want to take here with the rook, sometimes you want to put it here, and sometimes you want to go all the way here. So very nice idea.
Yes, I like this move very much. So, normally also when you see a chess move like this with many, that opens up for many possibilities and have different ideas, it's quite often a good move if there is no tactical measure, So
let's go to the next game. And we had this King's Indian, and we said that knight c5 was possible here. It was this position, and he played knight c5. Bishop e3, queen e7. And the question is, of course, is it time for a queenside castle?
Then it's knight b3 check, so I don't think it's time yet.
So it doesn't work in this position.
No, that's right.
But the idea, is there. So the question is, how do you make that? But if you take on c5, can you do that? Maybe.
You could maybe also play b4.
Yeah, but that looks a bit.
I don't know if you want. I don't know if you want, or is it better to take on c5 and knight e4? Yeah, most likely.
Take.
Yeah.
Maybe a5.
And then b5. That was my idea, to close everything. But I don't know. Now this is not.
It's possible. It's possible.
But I don't know.
Sometimes you can play knight f3 maybe.
And then the g4 pawn. You don't want to lose that one.
Yeah. Well, it's very complex. So,
but
it's not so easy. But knight c5, queen e7.
Okay, another good plan. You can also take and play knight e4, of course.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe that is better.
Then you open on the b file.
Yes, but the question is, who gained that for that? I don't know.
Yeah. Very tense situation.
Because white is a pawn up, and of course there can also be like to play knight f6 at a certain moment. That could also be a possibility. So maybe instead of taking on c5, if you go back, maybe there is other moves that are better. I mean,
what happens if we play very bluntly here? We just take and we castle without caring too much about what's happening, and then maybe we can double up on and then bishop d3 maybe at some point, and queen 2. Just go for the attack and see what happens. But maybe now you have e4.
That's right.
So this might be the bad side.
No, I think you need to play knight e4 first in that case.
Yeah. Just exploring options and see what. But here I think black should be happy because the bishop
is the table.
Yeah, he has turned the table. So it doesn't work. So maybe we could take here, but after b takes
knight e4.
Knight e4.
And then next move, castle.
What happens if we do
and they take... I was thinking about this. But what about this? This. Can you now castle? And if you take on g4, you play rook to g1, and then followed by knight f6 check, if you move the bishop.
Looks very dangerous. But how dangerous is it?
No, maybe not. Bishop f5, knight f6, king f8.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But the rook is a little bit...
yes.
Somewhere king f8 probably. So how is this?
Now maybe e4 is...
But e4 is a possibility now for black. Yeah, this is a very, very...
strange position. Maybe rook f1. Something like that.
Then maybe we do e4.
Exactly.
And maybe you take and play rook.
Or I play maybe I play queen g2.
Yeah. Now?
No, after rook f1, e4 and queen g2.
Yes.
Now the game is started to be so concrete, so it's very difficult, to make an assessment, But I don't know.
Well, or maybe it's easier because
rook b8 is also
the king on f8 is very vulnerable here. It looks very dangerous.
But rook b8 maybe.
Yeah, rook b8. And if we take, what happens?
Take back.
Is there something coming here? Some terrible thing? Queen e5 or something? But then knight d7 wins to the queen.
That's not good.
Tricky.
No, maybe take... Well, I don't know. No, I don't know. It was just very strange. It is just... Maybe this is good. Yep. It looks good.
Okay, it's very complex.
And critical moment of the game, I would say.
It's logical to take on c5 and play knight e4. So black needs something against that.
For sure.
But it's not easy.
No, I like this.
Okay.
To take.
So let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
So we have this one.
Yes.
There was a3, rook e8. Can't argue with that. Looks reasonable if there's nothing special happening. And then king h1.
Yep.
Going out of the
He's
diagonal.
Just playing so slowly and so on. I like that, that Hebela is just, come on, I'm ready for you.
Knight a5 was played.
Yes, and the drawback with this is now you release the tension from on e5 and on d4, but on the other hand he's going for the pawn on e3 and b2, so... Then of course take on c5, then take on c5, then you cannot take back on c5 because of b4.
Yeah, I can't take back. The knight is hanging on e5. And also e3 is hanging. So I think this is actually playable.
No, then it's not a good move. Okay.
Suddenly black's activated.
I agree. No, I didn't see that.
But the question is here, what is black's follow-up? Is it
knight c4?
Knight c4, yeah. I like that's a good move.
Maybe you take then. I don't know. Or what else to do.
Then you can take with the d pawn.
No, then maybe this was good. Okay,
white has put the bishops here on e1 and b1. So it's not... Okay. I mean, they are not bad, but
let's say that you play bishop f2, for example. Just to cover up a bit. And now knight c4. Take.
I was thinking maybe
do
this.
And now e4, I thought.
Yeah.
Can you play that?
Yes, you can play it. But I guess we take.
And then, either queen take or bishop take or something. We have this structure. And here maybe white can be better due to, e5 and will come. It's hard to predict.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah. Maybe bishop c5.
Yes. No, but even that position could be, if you come with your king to, if you swap off and you come with your king to e3, sometimes this can be better for.
Oh yes,
it's not so easy to push the pawns on the queen.
So
I don't know.
Well, black is trying to somehow dislodge the knight on e5 and get some counterplay.
How many moves? Is it 16 moves that I see? And he has
16.
24 moves, 24 minutes left.
Yeah, it's big time pressure.
It will come. Because the game has not really started yet, I would say. They have moved out their pieces and so on.
Yeah. Well,
so lots of things will happen.
The opening is over, but now the middle game is heating up. Lots of pieces on the board, lots of pawns, many possibilities. Very difficult to play, very easy to make mistakes. And also there are so many ideas you can try out. I mean, there are so many moves you can look at. So, okay, we'll see what happens. We'll go to the next one. So here we have the Swiss guy,
interesting
Benziger against Radczyk from Poland. And this was an interesting position. We had this situation, and he played bishop f4, which we thought was good. Knight b4 came.
Look at this. I guess a3 you can play bishop d7 and the queen is almost trapped.
And there is a knight c2
exactly
coming also.
That was a really good move, I think.
Yeah, it's a very tactical move.
Yeah, but
let's
it
just
looks
see
good.
this.
I like this,
So after a3,
bishop d7.
You play bishop d7, and the queen is suddenly.
But you can play. Of course, you can play knight b5, but it looks very, very strange,
Yeah, looks dangerous.
So okay, let's say with queen a5, you play b6. That was the idea.
Yeah.
Now this.
So just to show, here the queen is actually lost. The game is over. So in the game, it was c6 after rook c1.
I like that because now you're ready for b5, and now you will win the pawn.
Yeah. I get the impression that black is
better here.
Yeah, he's better because white went out with his queen, I think, to take the pawn on c4, but he never did. And now he's not getting the pawn, and black is just improving his position with every move. It looks.
And black must be better here, Yeah, that was a good. I like this move also because now if of knight c5 you have b6.
Yeah, it's this is getting.
And even difficult. If you move the knight, you can maybe play bishop c2, and then if the rook takes b5, and you will win an exchange.
So he finds knight e1, protecting c2.
Yes,
probably a good move. And the fight goes on.
Yes.
Okay, let's jump to the next game. Let's see. Now we have the Swedish Grandmaster
B5.
Tiger playing white, and we had this position, and we were discussing should you take or not, and he didn't do that. He wanted to play rook d8, rook d3, queen b7, utilizing this pin.
Yep.
F3 and b5.
Because the other move that I thought was going to come was bishop e7, very simple play. But maybe he was going for b5 or something like that. I don't know. Because black
I guess he wants to fix the pawns on a3, b4. He has later a5. He has easy. With let's say he moves. Let's say the queen goes somewhere. I mean, you could take on d6 here.
No,
I
you
guess.
cannot. You take on c4, I think. Or you maybe.
Then you take here.
Take on d3. Take on bd.
That might be drawish.
here.
But
But
I
black
think-
is better in.
Yeah, probably.
almost.
So
Mhm.
most likely white is going to move the queen somewhere.
Mhm.
Well, where do you go? Here?
Yeah,
Queen B3?
let's say you do that.
And then you could move
Yes.
maybe here. No, I think black is okay here.
Black is, and you know.
It may be better even. Maybe. But it's, yeah. Yeah, but Tiger is trying to win this game, but he has taken on
Yes.
some a little bit odd configuration here. So
Mhm.
we'll see what happens.
Mhm.
But it should be okay for white, I think. It shouldn't be too
Yes.
bad.
No.
So then
Go back, and we have here.
we have Axel.
Yes.
And let's see where we were. We were
No, we had this. Yeah.
we
Bishop.
were here.
Yes.
Bishop h6, bishop g7, and there was an exchange, no draw.
Mhm.
Rook c1, as you said. And he
Mhm.
played f6.
Hmm?
You don't like to play f6, but maybe you have to in this situation.
Mhm. Because now you also have a hole on e6 that
Yeah.
sometimes can.
And there was this threat at some point, you know,
Mhm.
you take and you check, and
Hmm.
yeah, lots of holes. So a3 was played, knight e5,
Because
knight e4. Yeah.
now you threaten even to play maybe f4, f5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, he played g5.
Yeah.
Rook c3.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is clearly better for white.
Yep.
King h8, queen c2,
Mhm.
c5, take, take.
You want a pawn?
Yeah, I think Axel is fighting an uphill battle here.
Yes.
The
I mean-
he lost the pawn, but he has no no counterplay.
No, a4. I guess
A4,
a4.
A4,
yes.
yeah,
It's
A4.
normal.
And, yeah, it doesn't look very promising.
No, I think he's almost lost in this position.
Yeah. So the veteran French grandmaster is maybe joining the absolute top group here.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, I think this looks very bad. Yeah, a4.
Okay, so let's
So,
go to
Blomqvist?
Blomqvist maybe.
So let's see.
He played this a5, yes.
Yeah, we just get everything straight here. Yeah, so knight d2, bishop g6, a5, as you said.
But bishop g6 was a bit of a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
To put it on this diagonal.
Yeah,
Because then you can play, bishop to f3
it's true.
if you want, okay. But bishop g6,
a5,
a5, yeah.
and e5.
Mm-hmm.
Took.
Okay.
Bishop f3, rook b8,
Mhm.
a b6,
Hmm.
c, b, rook a6. So pawn up,
Mm-hmm.
but b2 was hanging. d4.
But wait, but why did it? Oh yeah, okay. But this is nothing, I think. Is it?
No,
I mean, this will be like a draw.
it does. Well,
At least it
he
feels
has
like that.
some. He could claim that the bishop on g6 it's maybe not threatening anything, but on the
Maybe
other
queen
hand,
c5 in this position.
what is
but-
the bishop on f3 threatening? Not so much either. No, it looks very even to me.
Yeah, queen c5, and I think it's absolutely even
Yeah.
game.
So,
Okay.
but they will fight on.
Yes.
What are the times? Eric has a little bit less time, but
Mhm.
this position is not so difficult to play.
No.
He could go for something, try to play knight f1 maybe at some point and get the knight up here, something like this.
No, but this still.
Yeah, but what can you do? You
No,
have
no,
to
no,
you
no.
have to move
Yes.
your pieces around. Because the knight is the worst placed piece here, so you need to.
But if you
improve
play
it.
queen c5, knight f1, maybe you can play knight to e4, threatening on f2.
But then knight e3 again. Yeah, we don't have to go into this.
No, okay.
It's very speculative, and
Yep.
I think it's an even game. We'll see how
Yes,
they
yes.
battle it out. So we go back to board number 1.
Yes. Has he managed to do? So he's still 2 pawns down, huh?
Let's see what. So we had this f4 and
Mhm.
bishop d4. We thought that was quite clever.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop c3 was played, and he took it.
Okay.
That's a bit surprising, right?
Yeah.
We-
I
we-
thought bishop a7. I was
We
pretty
thought
sure about
maybe
that.
something like this.
Yeah, but maybe a move like, I don't know.
I guess you could maybe play rook e1 if you want to just exchange things.
And to take on d5, can you do that? No, then you took on... Yeah, you can take on d5. Because bishop take, queen take, knight b6, you can take on a7.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why.
So it's bad, basically. So take, knight takes, knight c5, queen c2, knight e6, rook e1, queen a5, a3, rook c8. And finally black has something that looks like a position. Unfortunately, he's 2 pawns down, so it doesn't help much. But this looks... If only he could get his 2 pawns back, it would be quite okay.
So what do you do on rook e5, for example?
Okay, let's have a look.
Getting out of the threat, because otherwise you could have taken on d5. Huh?
Yeah, it's not so nice.
So soon it will be 3 pawns.
You don't have any ideas here. Knight d4 looks a bit active, but I don't really see that. Maybe white just move back here
to d1.
Yeah, something like this, and then you still have the problem with the d pawn. No, this is
okay. Rook d8, but then you do not threaten much. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, this is it's a matter of technique, actually.
Yeah. So then we have this game.
Yes, this becomes more and more interesting. This game, in a way,
Yeah, queen c2 was played here. H6, bishop, queen f5, rook e8, knight e4.
Okay, some attack.
Yeah, so Li Di is sort of mustering his forces against the king. And he will play bishop d3 maybe at some point.
But knight c6 is the logical move here, huh?
Yeah.
But then, of course, queen g4 and go for an attack on h6. There are some play, actually. I would be a little bit worried here.
Maybe queen h5 at some point, take on h6 and go for...
No, I would... Actually, he has managed to get some kind of position.
Of something.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was not completely sure about this h6. I didn't really like h6.
Maybe not.
I was thinking more of g6, but I know it's pros and cons.
Then you have the f6
of course, yeah, I know. It's everything is about.
It's not so easy. So you could say, okay, black has a knight here, still not moved, and white has a bishop here. But the difference is that the bishop on c1 is on its best square, more or less, because it's attacking h6 here, has this...
Maybe you should play like queen b6.
But this knight is out of play.
So just to make it ready for, the king to be ready to come.
And if I take your piece...
Oh, you can take a piece. Then I give up.
There is
a problem. Okay, go.
No, there's nothing.
So, sorry.
Okay, so knight e4, yeah, it's a tricky. I think the more you look at it, the better it looks for white.
And knight c6 to bring out the piece. How do you continue?
Yeah, that might be the good move.
Try to just bring up, because then, and bishop d3, you will play knight f8, huh? And queen g4. I want to move out my king to h8 or something like that. I don't know. You said queen h5.
Well, it was
that's logical. It's a logical move, And then should you go for the bishop?
What about
bishop f8, maybe?
Yes, something like that.
It's not totally clear how
we could do something like this, but it doesn't threaten much because the bishop.
Bishop g5, maybe.
Oh, this is also an interesting move. Very tactical situation. So let's say you go out with the queen here somewhere, maybe. I don't know.
And bishop d3 just to get all the pieces into the attack, but
maybe c4 at some point.
Mm.
Very tricky. And it's also always when you do things like this, it's also dangerous for the attacker.
Yeah, of course.
Because you put all your pieces on vulnerable squares, and if it doesn't work out, suddenly your position is bad. So bishop f8 was played in this position. Your move, but one move earlier maybe.
And bishop d3 now. Then c4 maybe.
Yeah.
And then d3 if to close the...
Yes, you close the... You cannot play c4 now because then d4 is hanging, right? Yeah, it's not so easy. It's not so easy.
I think it seems like also to me that Demchenko is a good defender. He has been, having these positions where he's been under pressure, and he has kept his head cool and been able to go right.
Is there some tactical tricks with this move? I don't know. I was thinking, g6.
Then you take... No, okay.
And then you move back here. Because if you take, I can take with the knight, and I can come in, and I might threaten to take on d7, and there's something with f6. I don't know, but just to get the train rolling somehow. I don't know. Is this possible? So, but maybe e5 is hanging.
Yeah, rook take e5. What is happening then?
Then you have to take on d7, but then in the end the rook on e1 is hanging.
Yeah, that was my point.
So it's too early for this, but something like this at some point, you need some spice. You need some threat.
No, it's like this is a really, really crucial moment of the game also with a little time, and they have played 19 moves.
Yeah.
So it will be decided in this other half of reaching move 40,
Yeah. White is looking desperately for some attack here. Bishop takes h6, bishop d3, knight g5, knight f6. All these moves are sort of swirling around in his head.
Maybe you should
and
play
you can feel that there should be something.
But it could also be that you should play like bishop f4.
Yeah,
just to...
Yeah, a move like h4 might be playable also.
Bishop
like
f4 is g6 then a strong move? And if you go with the queen to h3 or something, bishop e6, and suddenly you have some... Okay, queen can go to...
I don't quite see the idea behind bishop f4. Well,
it was more like just putting out the p, like this, but I agree.
No, I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad, but what is the next?
If you want to play more, could it be like you should play like b4 to undermine? If you cannot win, you could also play for...
But maybe black is happy with that. He takes on b4, and if you take on d4, e5 falls.
That's true.
So
b4 take on b4 and rook d1.
Yeah,
or something like that.
That's very an interesting idea. I don't know.
I don't say it's right. I just say that if you cannot find a way to go for an attack.
So, what would Magnus Carlsen play here?
He would play h4. Try to bring in another piece into the attack. h4, h5.
Yes.
That's my guess.
This is not illogical.
No, maybe actually.
But sometimes he finds these surprising moves, and suddenly rather than attacking on the king side, he does something on the other side, and then you realize, oh, that was the thing. Yes, of course. Why didn't I see that? This will be very interesting, but I think we're going to jump because I don't see anything, and we have tried several. It's very unclear. So quite some pressure on White to find something, but he has more time, and we'll see what happens. So we go to the Indian French defense, and we had the rook e3 move here. Just look at it. This was the position, and we looked at lots of moves, but he just calmly played the rook to the third rank, and we said it was a fantastic move. Black said, "What are you doing? I'm just doubling here."
But now rook c3 looks very tempting. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I think white is a little bit better. That's my feeling. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just get the, sort of the vibes that this could be good for white somehow.
Could there be a threat of playing take on h7 and knight g5?
At some point, it could. Can you do that immediately?
I don't know.
What happens if we go
all in?
No, let's see. Here, and we just, okay, it's a bullet game, let's say. You have to take it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now knight g5.
Okay, maybe king h6 is cool.
Yeah, this is one of those.
It can be.
Yeah.
But
it's quite often that's when you don't have the black squared bishop on the diagonal.
But on the other hand, you know, rook to g3 and I don't know.
This would be really a shocker if this happened in the game.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite look. We could just see what happens if you do something else. Let's say you take it, just for information here. Now maybe this is not so bad. But now we threaten to come with this
rook
one.
h8.
And here, yeah, rook h8. Okay, so you have a defense. That's a good move. So now if we check,
King goes back and then it's game over.
Is it game over?
I think so.
It might be.
I think so.
Yeah, this was probably. Well, okay, let's see. Check.
Yeah.
Here. Maybe let's say we take it. We play queen here.
King g8.
King back, and then can we jump to c5? Is that some point? I want to play g6 at some point, and you know, but maybe it doesn't work.
Take on b2.
Maybe you can take on d4
or b2. Or
yeah.
Whatsoever. No,
it's so empty over here.
Yes,
if you had no, it doesn't work. Okay, but that's good. So you cannot do that. Then the question is, what do you do? And probably you want to do something.
Rook to c3.
Yeah, I like this move. The idea of taking on h7 is always there. He can do that later.
You can also start with now you are threatened that maybe knight to g5 can come without taking on h7 first. You know?
Yeah, could be.
So
okay, so yeah. And then on h6 you play queen d3, and after g6 you take on e6.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Just maybe, because still, you know, this bishop on e7 is not so good at the moment in a way. So.
No, it's protecting.
So rook f8. Let's say you play rook fc8. How do you?
Do you want to go here?
I don't know, because also the d4 pawn gets vulnerable when you do that.
Yeah.
So, but the question is again, what will black do in the next move?
But you have a threat maybe if after knight g5 you can maybe take on b3 and then take on d4.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Maybe not, because you can, but yeah, it's unclear. It's unclear. Very unclear position.
Yes,
I think we'll have to go to the next game. So we have this one. Oh,
yes.
So there was knight takes c5, as we said, and knight e4, and rook b8. Also something we said, and castles, and now rook f4.
Yes, I thought about something like that. Yes, but now we are soon coming into this position with a little bit of bishop d3, take on g4, and rook g1. You know.
You want to play bishop d3 now?
Yeah.
Yes.
And if bishop take, okay, then maybe you have knight f3. So okay, I see. Because I was thinking about bishop to take on g4 now. But because now you cannot.
Knight f6 maybe?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to allow knight takes g4. So let's take.
Queen take.
And
then rook g1. No. Then knight f3 again. Huh?
Yeah,
maybe you can take on f4 now.
It's getting very tense now.
Yeah.
If you take the queen, then you have
check
to
and take back with the bishop on d2, and white is winning.
Yeah.
Or
So
e4.
this could happen.
No.
Extremely complex.
But it still feels like white is better here, somewhat.
Yeah, but I think knight f6 here looks like a nice way to regain the initiative. It's a bit dangerous if white doesn't never get anywhere, but maybe black doesn't really have any threats on the king. It looks like he has something here, but it's not really anything happening there. So maybe you could do something, but knight f6 looks quite good. Can you avoid taking it? What happens if you lose?
Okay, you can take it, and then can you take? And if you take with a pawn or with the rook, then rook g1 looks very strong.
This must be hopeless.
This is hopeless.
Yeah, completely. Black has a pawn more, but he will soon lose the game.
No, I think that.
So queen takes f6, and we played again. We played this rook g1. Oh, this looks good. Isn't this good? And now there is no. You can take on f4. It's hanging.
Yes, I know. This is a winning position for white.
Yeah.
So we need to go back. We need to go back.
So maybe rook f4 is just a. Maybe it's a desperate measure.
Yes.
You play it because there is nothing else.
And if you play like bishop d3, take on g4, take on g4, check, and king to f8. We had this idea before that you just leave it,
But what happens if you take the bishop?
Okay, and rook take. Maybe just give a check and then play.
The king has to move. And now we check again.
Or yes, exactly.
And the king has to go here. Now we enter.
Yes.
Enter the castle.
And it's game over.
And it's over, yeah. And the problem for black, the big problem for black is that there is nothing happening over here.
We are also following your rule when it comes to the time.
Yeah.
So desperation is more clearly shown if you look at the time that.
Yeah. But I think
yes.
we've
yes.
solved this. This is just winning for white.
Yes.
Bishop d3 is important though.
Yep, I think so too.
Okay, so we go to the next game.
Yeah, we have this interesting position.
And nothing has happened.
And he has been thinking a lot here, Hebela.
So it's not so easy, obviously. Both players have played very well in this game. That is my impression. I would say this is sort of a dynamically balanced position. No one is winning this. It's just a position where both players have chances,
but
right?
The time, and
we
have only made 16 moves.
Yeah, obviously Hebela is not happy with the position.
No.
And this is very important because when you're not happy with the position, you use time and you try to invest more and more time. And then in the end, you have to find very difficult moves with no time, and that usually loses. So I think Salmakhanov has an advantage here with black.
Yes, good chance also.
Yeah.
But
okay, let's go forward. Yeah. I think our previous evaluation still holds. White is getting crushed here.
Yes.
Yeah. He made some mistake in the opening and he's not recovering.
Yes.
And again we have the times. Very, and they have only played 16 moves. So white with no position. Well, he threatens e4, right?
Oh, he couldn't play knight c5. Or could he play? Why didn't he play knight c5?
When?
In the last move. I mean, if you move your knight, isn't it better to go to c5 or? Isn't it better on c5? I don't understand this. Or is it knight c2 and then b4 and the queen is trapped?
Is it queen a4?
Or? No, okay, maybe not. Let's take a look.
I'm not so certain about it.
Okay.
Go here.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Well.
But it was close.
But it's that type of position.
Yeah. Well.
So knight d2 was played anyway, and the rook fd8. Yeah, black has a fantastic position.
And of course,
also his pawn up.
Mm-hmm. And if you play e4, you always take on f4 first. Of course.
You just take. So this is nothing. Very, very problematic. So let's go and see Tiger again here. So yeah, well, he has the c file. That's always something.
Mm-hmm.
But black is very solid.
Yes, and a5.
A5 is coming. Yeah.
Rook c6 and then queen b8.
Yeah, and then when you go to c7, you always have bishop f8 or something.
And of course, then maybe he will play knight. I think he will play like rook c6, a5, rook c6, queen b8, and then he will play knight c5. That's his idea.
Mm-hmm.
To try to create something.
Yeah.
Take on
it's still
b4,
a game, no? There are still some chances.
Take on b4, take on b4, and I think it is an equal position, but play will continue.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So then we have
Blomqvist.
No, is it Falkevall?
No, sorry, Falkevall, yes. Well, he survived to a rook and queen endgame.
With a pawn down.
With a pawn down.
And no king side.
True.
Clear advantage for white.
Yes.
Black needs some sort of miracle here.
Yeah.
I would say. So we will not look at that too much. We will go to Blomqvist and see what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
3.
White is trying to say, well, I have something here.
Black is trying to say, no, you have not.
Yeah, he's trying to... Well, maybe white is... I guess you could attack c4, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Some
rook fc8, then you have rook a7. Huh?
Yeah, maybe rook b to c8. Is that possible? But then you can take maybe, but
yes.
No, this white is slightly better. Yeah,
white is
slightly better. Give him yes. That. Yeah. So okay, we're going to go back because things are happening everywhere now, and we need to check out. So what do we have here? We had this position, and you said rook e5. He played it. Queen d8, queen d2, d4, knight e4, bishop a4. Okay. Idea rook c2, bishop h3, rook c2, queen b4, check. King g2, knight f4. What is this? Gf4, bishop c6. I don't believe this.
No, of course not. But he's trying to do something.
Queen c7. Trick. Queen takes c1, bishop takes... No, but this must be winning for white, right?
I mean, isn't he some pieces up?
He's a piece up.
And a pawn.
And a pawn. But maybe he has...
f5 is the threat, huh?
Some f5 idea.
How dangerous is that?
But you could play like f3 here, I think. No, maybe not, because there is bishop takes and rook c2, yeah? You have to watch out. So this might look good until you see this. And then you take, and then suddenly you lose the queen.
Oh. But let's go back.
Draw.
Vill vi ha dig?
Blir det mig?
Ja.
Okay, you can jump in here. Okay, so we have a guest.
Blir det remis, Tiger?
Yep.
Okay.
It was a draw.
It was a draw. So, Tiger Hillar Persson is joining us.
Tiger Hillar unable to win with white. Hillar Persson.
Unable to win with white. Is that your new name?
Yeah, it's okay. It's even longer than my old one.
Okay, that's not easy. So that's well done. Okay, so what about this game? You were preparing, I guess.
No, well, I was preparing, but I had forgotten to look. These things with bishop d6, and I looked at h6, I looked at c6, I looked at knight bd7, c6, all these. I did not look at knight c6 in the first one, and of course I have looked at it at one point, and I could not remember. The thing is, I could not remember why players play h6 first, and I was like, if I play bishop g5 now.
Because is that the normal line to play in this position instead of knight c6? You play h6 first, or what?
Please don't ask me. Don't say normal.
No. Okay.
No.
But that this is at least
I
something
have absolutely no idea what normal means here.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm wondering. I'm guessing. The candidate moves that the two moves that you would like to play, but are
C5
are the moves that are usually part of the white setup are Queen C2 and Knight C3. Knight BD2 is a move I only want to play if black takes on C4 because it doesn't put any pressure on D5.
Exactly.
So if I play Knight BD2 now, for instance, black can just play A5 because my next move is a bit... It's not so clear what it is. And the moment I go Queen C2, black can always disturb me with Knight B4. And I don't have a really good square. If I go Queen B3, then A5 again. And then A3, Knight C6 again, and then my queen is just weird.
Can you play C5 in that position?
C5 is possible.
I mean, after if we could show, or you can do it. Show.
Okay. So
you can show.
So let's see. The two main candidate moves.
Queen C2
Queen C2 is
a
standard logical move, and Knight C3. These are the two logical moves here. But after Knight C3, black takes on C4, and if I play E4, then E5, and if I play D5, then Knight A5, and the bishop, and in this kind of position, the bishop is just perfectly placed on D6. These lines would not be possible with a bishop on E7, and so and if I play D takes C4, Queen A4 again, black plays in, E5, and I didn't. Or even Knight B4 there, actually.
I think
if I play
for
A3,
the audience, I think
D7.
it's good if we show some
lines. This annoyed me here. So Knight D, I can't go here because then black takes on D4.
Yes.
If I play Queen A4,
yes.
then maybe even this move. Truly annoying.
Yes.
I'm not saying you should, but you could. And...
92 or not?
If we play something like this, then A6.
Why not knight? Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Take on C4 in this position.
B5
and Queen D1.
Sorry. I was thinking take on C4 and then C6, but it's not enough.
A3.
Yeah, okay, it's not enough.
Okay.
But then, okay, bishop D7 then just.
I agree.
And then B5 and sacrifice the maybe something. Yeah, I'm not sure. But also black could play E5.
Okay, so Queen C2 for me is more logical.
Yeah, and I just thought if you go here
and Queen B3
then A5.
And I was thinking about is C5 a move now?
Yeah, I mean it is. But now the queen is really silly on I mean black's pieces are silly too.
Can you play like Knight E5?
Knight E5, I probably just play.
And then the idea is to play A3. So I thought the structure. If you have to go back with the knight, of course.
Okay, I'll have to do
and
this.
A3.
But I don't mind too much. It's very committed to play C5. I would say that I would say like this: if you have some kind of preparation, then C5 is part of a plan.
Yes.
I very early on decided I would not try to play C5, and the reason why I didn't was because he played it so fast. And I have my main problem as a chess player these days is my optimalist attitude, which means that I try to play the best moves and I end up with very little time later on.
Yes.
And I try to play the best moves even when I have not prepared it.
So now you try to play the second best move.
I try to just get a position, not get into time trouble.
Yes,
and I'm trying to win a bit more games.
Okay, that's a good attitude.
Instead of just,
No, okay. I think I said that during the commentary. I said that if you know, in this position, C5 and this, then you really need to have, be well prepared because that is a sharp line.
I mean, he said after the game that B3 is a standard move here, but and then take on C4 and E5 and C5.
Yes.
I've had a very similar position against. was it Heberlau, someone with h6 and knight c3 played a few, and I thought that position was unclear. So why should it be good? Because h6 seems like a worse move to have made than knight c3.
I agree.
So I didn't like b3. And bishop g5 is actually h6, take on d5, knight c3, and then just play e3 and knight d2 something. It's similar to these. So what I'm talking about is this h6, take,
and you wanted to take on d5.
Yeah, and because if I play knight c3 again, he just takes, and I don't see how to really get with.
Still this.
So
knight
here,
c3.
knight c3.
Will you play like knight to b, bishop b6 or something? You play
bishop e6. No,
bishop b5, or knight b5.
Knight b5 and just queen e7.
Yes.
So I probably have to play this. But if he plays knight e7, then I play knight b5. I wasn't sure how this is. If you compare it to some of the Ragosian lines, the bishop on g2, it's again, it's probably playable for me.
Of course, it's playable, but the question is if you have any advantage.
Yeah.
Or,
I mean, maybe e4 there even.
E4?
Yeah. Well, this is.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. So I spent 25 minutes, and in the end, I realized that I had looked at, and I thought I had looked at a3. So I did play it, and he took immediately. And I played knight bd2, and he played here, and now I didn't dare to go for e4. But it's not with. It's really hard for me to.
What was the problem?
Well, if we play something like this and then queen c2 and b5, I could play those two moves first. The problem is the moment I play e5 and knight e4, he's going to play knight b3.
Yes.
And I think that is a bit of an issue.
Rook b1 is just a strange
big
move,
issue? I'm not sure, but it's a small issue. And if I play a4, he can even play b4, because if I take, he has b3. Take, and knight takes e4 even. Yeah, okay, that's probably not something I should avoid. You can just play a6. But perhaps I should. Maybe I should play this.
But why not? You said a b4. You said take on c4, and in the end it's.
Yeah. And I mean here. So here, if he plays b4, I was thinking.
Can you take and take on e4? Is it possible?
Yeah, it is.
Because
you don't even need to take on b3 first. That's true.
I think you can take on b3,
c4
and e4.
Yeah, and then you have knight e6. But then knight e5 in that line, where it's
a little bit tricky, maybe.
Yeah.
But I thought that bishop b7 if you move the knight to e5.
But then okay. Knight c6.
And taking queen d5. No, you can take on e4 in that position. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, yeah. So in the end, I went for the solid stuff. This is me trying not to self-destruct, basically.
I see.
And the next move is also very much me trying not to self-destruct. He said after the game that this has been played in some rapid games, and that he thought that I had some kind of symbolic advantage here. I mean, he said this is like 0.0. And I was actually.
So he had looked at this position before.
Yeah, he had. But I was thinking about if he plays e5 and I play d5 and he just play queen g6 and then it moves the h pawn a bit and then it's of course I shouldn't be unhappy with that. We both are winning chances there. So, but I was a bit happy to see this because I felt that I'm slightly better here maybe. But of course, and I think this is afterwards. I didn't realize here after rook d3. I realized immediately when I played it that he has queen b7, and if I play rook fd1, he has b5. So I missed that detail. Otherwise, might not have played that. I mean, otherwise maybe I should just play f3 or...
But f3, because rook c8, you cannot go with the queen to a6.
Yeah, I will go to...
And you have some kind of...
Yeah.
Maybe something.
Yeah.
But I think it just feels that this must be like in equal position in a way.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, I couldn't find...
Queen C6.
Originally I wanted to play queen d1 here, but...
and rook c3.
So queen d1 was my original intention. But the more I thought about it, the less...
What about a5?
Yep, of course. And now... rook here. I was a bit worried about if it takes, actually. It's not so easy either.
But maybe he can he play king f8 even?
Well, king f8.
I mean, it's a bit dangerous. I know.
Yep.
I'm not. It's more like I'm trying to do something.
Actually, this is pretty damn dangerous, I think.
Okay, if I take.
If you take, and
I take again. I take with the bishop.
You take with the bishop even.
I cannot see any.
Nor can I.
But okay.
No. Yeah, it's just good enough for him.
So instead, what did you play in the game?
Yeah, I played rook c3 here. So I bailed, you could say. And then I just bailed back and forth because I didn't see any way to keep the pressure up. If I play king f1 and a5, his counterplay is just in time, and
knight c5, he just...
Maybe he plays...
He can play a5, of course.
Rook d8, maybe.
Rook d8, yeah. No. He's so... You know, this. I think that I start to analyze... To find something here is the wrong moment. Probably,
yeah, I agree.
If you want to have some kind of dynamic in the game, so
yeah, I'm not unhappy with this because since I started playing the Catalan with black and white, I had very terrible results for almost 3 years, but it's starting to look up a bit, and I'm not self-destructing as much as before.
No,
so
that's good because knight c5. Rook, knight c5, rook d8. Yeah, this is nothing now.
Okay, now a5 is not happening, but
no, exactly. But anyway, what is white doing?
Maybe you should just take.
Yeah, that is also possible, of course.
Because taking with a pawn is. It's
queen
with a blockade, yeah. So we need to do
c8 and now a5.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what I wanted in the game, because this is really annoying for black. And when I play queen c5 here, it's not the position I
queen a6
and queen a6 and.
You're really fighting hard to see.
No. But nice. This position is. I mean, if I could get this position, I would have played on.
Okay.
Very much so, because the moment my pawn comes to h5, it's. I mean, the engine will say that it's equal again and again and again, but this is starting to get annoying for black because the king could get into a bit of trouble. I can start walking my king somewhere I don't know where yet.
No, but anyway, so a little bit about this game that was drawn in the end was a little bit that you have also changed your style a little bit and your attitude towards playing. That you are.
I changed my attitude towards playing a bit.
I'm not trying always to find the best moves.
Yeah, I'm not really changed my style. I don't think so. It's just that I get different kind of positions where I have to fight for it. So.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck in the last round.
Okay, so let's go dig into it because things have happened.
Things have happened.
Yes.
I see.
So,
yes, things has happened.
Yeah. So in this position, yeah. This is the game where...
Should we go back a little bit?
Yeah,
we can now it's what is this happening?
Yeah, we had this...
Yes. Yeah.
And a little trick here. If we take this, there is a
check. Yeah.
A check, and then the queen takes the queen. We don't want that. So King G3 he played.
Oh, that was a surprise.
Yeah,
but okay.
But F3 was not. Yeah.
Okay, but maybe.
Rook G1, Bishop G2, F5. So we're fighting. Knight F6.
But in this, he could have planned other moves. Okay.
Yeah, but he finds.
Yes.
Finds a way to keep it going. King H3, G5, Rook takes F5. Somehow Black has managed to, keep some chances.
But
even though it looks like it should be.
It should be quite easily winning.
And
I guess that he has been calculated. And now,
interesting line here is this and checkmate.
But I think that yes, of course. But what about in this position? What about queen to? Can you play queen to E2 after King G6?
Yeah, you
because it's a mate if you take the rook.
Yeah.
So this might be interesting.
There's a mate here. Yeah.
But of course, maybe if the King G6, Queen E2, Bishop D7. But then Knight E7. Check. And it should be game over, but okay. No, this is just, it must be
easy winning, but it can be annoying when your opponent does not accept that he's losing and he's still continuing to find moves, and so it's still some play.
But White will win this. I think he has played. He's been calculating quite well.
But it's not over quite yet. But in this game we have had lots of happenings.
Oh my
So we
God.
need to go back here. So we had this Queen F5 move.
Yes.
And we said, it's
how to create an attack.
Yeah. So there was Rook E8, Knight E4, Bishop F8, and now
he took
this guy. G takes.
He played this that we were talking about,
Yeah, Knight E G5.
Okay, and take, and Bishop G7 took on F7 check. No, we played E6.
No, he cannot take on F7. The bishop.
No, okay, E6. Oh my God, that's a nice move.
So he's all in here. And of course he has to take with the bishop, and then Rook takes. But I think maybe this is just a draw, right?
Can you go back with the bishop later on? Is that anything? Can you play?
Well, you threaten to take on
First
G5.
of all, so Bishop D3 now. Then you just take on G5. And if you check here, Knight to F, you can play the Knight F6, F8, I think.
Also,
because okay. Well, you can play Knight F8.
Well, but this should be okay.
It should be very easy.
But of course, he has a draw with this classical back and forth.
It will be a draw, I think.
That was very interesting, but that's typical. You go all in, but it doesn't work.
But when you see this line, it's easier to go for it, and then because then you have a draw.
Yeah, but that's typical. When you attack, you always look. Is there a bailout? Somewhere?
Yes,
so
exactly.
so I don't sacrifice everything. And he probably saw that, there is a draw. So, okay, let's go to the next game. So here we have this interesting position. There was rook e3, rook c7, and knight g5. I think this was a move that we said was possible. And he didn't take on g5. He played g6.
And then he went back.
And then he went back. Rook c8 and rook c3. So this is the position.
Okay.
But basically something we were sort of looking at. And it's not clear what's happening here. I would say it's still a game.
Of course, Okay.
White does not really have an attack here.
No.
But neither has black, so this could go either way.
But the good thing with provoking g6 is again that you a little bit take out this f6 move, So the question is what black should do now.
Yeah, he's calculating, taking b3 and doing this, doing that. Is there some knight jump somewhere, maybe? Knight a7 or whatever, I don't know. Maybe there is some move somewhere. I mean, black...
Should black just wait? Because again, the move that is starting to do something is knight to a5, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see the next game here. We actually had a message here. Can we watch Siva's game? And here is Siva's game. No, this is not Siva. Sorry, that's another game.
But let's take
that was the previous game.
Yeah, that was the.
Yeah, we've already seen that. So, but this was very interesting, right? We had this.
And this.
We had this rook f4, bishop d3, as we said,
good.
and then now he played knight f3.
Okay.
Which was a bit surprising. We hadn't looked at that so much. Queen f2. Take on g4, and he took the rook. And
knight f6.
Take.
And now can you play rook g1 or something like that?
And he played rook. So this is the position now.
Yes.
And isn't this just winning for white?
Yeah, I think so. Because if you play queen to g5, then bishop e2. Huh?
Yeah.
No, then it's a check. Queen g2 is better, maybe. No, then it's a check again. No, okay, queen d2. Okay. Okay, so it's not completely clear. Queen g5.
So we'll just have to check this. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, now he's super pinned here, so we can just maybe move the king.
Yeah, but where?
Now the
Okay.
threat is queen g2.
Okay, king f8. Queen g2 to queen f6. And it's okay.
Okay, so we need something better here.
Bishop e2. Then bishop f5 was my idea.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's not so simple. Okay, let's go back. But if it was this simple, he would have found queen g5, and he hasn't found queen g5. So probably it's not so good.
No, but let's take it. Let's see.
Yeah.
He played queen g5. Or?
Yeah, he played it. Yeah, I think it was the only move.
Mm-hmm.
So now the question is for white, how do we proceed? Is there some queen d2 move? With the idea, what about this move? I want to see what happens here. With a plan to play bishop e2. Simple chess.
Yeah, that was a good move, I think.
Taking away this annoying check.
Mm.
Because if you play rook e8 now, maybe we can just go bishop e2 anyway.
So if you play
Rook e8.
mm-hmm.
But then maybe then there is some chances for a draw. Well, what else can you do? I mean, this move is.
Okay, so
let's
rook e8.
Rook e8. Because now if we go here, you can actually sack the exchange, take. Queen takes and check. But then you have the pawn and c4 is hanging. Should be winning for white, but maybe that's
some chances.
Maybe that's winning. Maybe you can just do this. Just simplify. Has to take. We take, check, and the king cannot go to the H. You have to go to H7 or something. And now maybe just B3 or
then F3.
Yeah, but I think this is hopeless.
And then King E3.
Yeah, and black is, or maybe just stay like this because.
No, but.
Yeah.
The king on D2 is, and then go with your rook and start to.
Yeah, harass. This should be winning.
Yes.
If he wants to, he can do that. So Queen D2 looks like a good option. Because the Chinese player here, Dai, he has quite a lot of time. And the Canadian international master, Sai, he has only 2 minutes. So, but it looks like this should be a loss.
Another possibility might be to play Queen E2.
No.
Yeah, instead of Queen D2. Is that possible?
Yes. You can do that.
On F3 check, you play Queen D2. But okay, then again, you can take and give a check maybe on B2 and something like that. So it's very unnecessary.
Yeah, then you get some pawns at least.
Get some pawns.
Because if you move the king, then it's rook G2, and if you move the king, you can take on A2, and it's a question of which is the simplest.
That's right.
Yeah, maybe Queen D2. Maybe Queen.
I think Queen D2 is good.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's go to the next game. So here we have this game.
This is interesting.
Yeah, let's see. We have to go back here. There was lots of things happening here.
Yeah, because they are in big time trouble, or they were, I guess.
So knight A5.
And now Hebel has started to think a lot.
Yeah, and then he found this.
Look. It took 32 minutes to find this move.
Yeah.
32 minutes. I can't believe that he was so slow. Okay.
And now, knight takes B5. Bishop takes A5. Bishop D6.
But what is? He just wanted. Was it a mistake or? And it was a fantastic move. Bishop F5. Was it like? We didn't see this, huh?
No, we did. Well, Bishop F5. I mean, it was a move, but I didn't see the point of it. But what is the point?
If the rook goes to C7, then the knight is hanging on
he did that.
But the question is what to do instead, because if you move your rook away, at least you have managed to misplace the rook. So that is, of course, something very good. But maybe rook C7 was a real mistake,
Maybe. Okay, let's see what happened. He took on A5. This should be good. Bishop D6. F4, C4. Queen F3, Queen E7. Take, Queen takes. But this must be good for white.
Yeah, man, white is, I would say white is probably winning, but...
Knight E4. H6. Knight E5, Bishop C8. But I think time was maybe a little bit of a...
Of course.
Issue here. So take, rook takes, knight G4, rook E8. So white has an exchange and the pawn actually.
Exactly. So
Queen A5, Queen A8, C3, take. Okay. F6. Yeah, white is winning this.
White is winning.
Yeah, he will win this. So well played by Heberla, but there's something strange happened there.
But this is fighting now, but should be winning. Yeah, knight to H6 and so on.
And here black won.
Bishop F8. Oof. The queen.
Yeah.
has got problems, huh? So he gave up in this position.
Yes.
Oof. What a crush.
But White misplayed it in the opening somewhere.
Yes.
We'll see where did that happen. So I think actually...
Again, we should say maybe to the viewers that we are not using the computer while we are commentating, but after the game...
Yeah, it comes up with annotations.
You know, so then we can check all the mistakes we have done. You could say also.
Yeah. So, but somewhere here,
Yes.
somewhere here things go south for White.
Rook D1.
Rook D1 was perhaps a mistake. Maybe you should just take this pawn
take back
when you can. I mean,
yes.
why not just take the pawn and then?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
That was a mistake, and he never got the pawn after that. Black just kept it, and White had nothing. So rather sad game, I would say for. And then we had this game where
we looked at already.
Just seen the analysis of that.
Let's say Falkeball lost then.
Where is
there
he?
Is he? No. Down. There he is. Up. One more here.
There we have it. Yeah, he lost. Yeah, we saw some position here. Where was that? Here we saw this.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And
it's only one pawn, but the computer says that this is +4.
Also because of the weaknesses on the king side.
So
and
it's like almost a rook up for White, and this is typical in this type of position. White just dominates completely. Resigns. So then we have this game ended in a draw.
Yeah, Blomqvist.
Not surprising. We had I think we had this position, and he played Rook C8. Actually, the move that we suggested, and there was this whole scale. And a draw. Okay, so we quickly move up. Shoe 1.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. So we had Rook takes F5. King G6. And your move, Queen E2.
Yes.
Well spotted. Queen D7. Queen G4. Bishop D5. Rook D5. Take here, and
he's got big margins. You could say.
Yeah, he could just give away the pawn and
give away the piece. Yeah.
The piece, I mean, and then he has
winning endgame.
Winning rook ending. Very easy.
And then Demchenko made a draw. Yeah.
They made a draw. It was this.
So then Chu will be 1 point ahead. And actually, I heard that in the history of Rilton Cup, no one has been winning on 8.5 points.
Okay.
So Chu is the chance to be historical in our tournament.
Yeah, but then he needs to win tomorrow, and the temptation for a draw will be strong.
And I asked about this as well, and only 4 times there have been a winner on 8 points in the history. So a little bit he's got a good chance to make a historical result at least, So that's nice. Okay.
So we have the Indian meeting here between Siva and Sengupta. It's deep Sengupta. It's important to notice. Okay, so we had Rook E3. We've seen this before, and there was this Knight G5 and back, and Rook C3, Bishop B5 he played in this situation, And now I had also thought about that. You could try to insert the queen here at H6, maybe at some point. He went to F4, Bishop C4, Bishop D1. And this is where we're at now.
What is happening now if you go for A4?
Yeah, let's have a look. So A4.
Is it Knight C5 now?
Let's look at it. Let's see what we can see here.
Yes.
I like the idea of Knight C5 because it opens maybe for some Queen H6, Knight G5 things at some point.
But it's also now the point is also that the pawn is hanging on A4.
Yeah. But it's also the fact that the bishop doesn't really control this C5 square because of the weaknesses.
And if you take on
D
D4 now with the knight, you can take on A4 with the knight.
No, we will take this.
Take on F3. How is this? Yes, and rook take. You threaten the queen and an f7.
Winning, more or less.
Most
At least very nice. Yeah, black has to.
Yeah.
The queen, the king is always a little bit weak here.
Mm-hmm.
So a4 is maybe a little bit too
Premature. Yeah.
too. But
if you don't do it, knight c5 can come anyway. Maybe.
Yes. No, I think white is slowly getting his pieces to the right squares.
A new
Knight
idea.
a7. Yeah, knight b5 maybe.
Yeah. What about? Okay, and knight c5 now.
Mm-hmm.
If you go for this, is it a possibility? If you take with the bishop, is there any chance? Is that then you take back?
Is there some taking here?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Because if you cannot.
Yeah, of course. No. I just didn't. I was so into these other lines.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe. So. Maybe this was a clever move.
Maybe there is some knight rook takes c4 and knight e4 and attack on the black squares.
But it looks maybe.
Yeah. But in a bullet game, these
yes.
things are very good.
Of course.
The knights
Mm-hmm.
coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe take on a3.
Oh, you really want to have...
No, it's basically to get the queen back. That was my idea. To take queen f8.
Yeah, this is probably a good plan.
And
it doesn't work.
No.
It was a nice idea.
Yeah, of course. Like you said, in a bullet game, no doubt.
Knight fd2 was played in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So...
What about knight b5 now?
Yep.
Then he will move the rook to the other side.
You think it's going here? Or
I think so.
here, maybe.
I think, yeah, maybe. Or maybe to, I don't know which one to choose actually. It's getting a bit complicated now.
Yeah, this is complex.
So now it's interesting. Who has seen
what?
And now actually h5 and take and rook h3 and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to be a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, it's very dangerous position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he immediately retreated the bishop to f8.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and h5 maybe to go for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Logical move, always in these positions. Is he planning to put the bishop on g7 or what? What's
yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. So maybe it's not so dangerous then, this attack. Because
maybe
knight b5.
He can take with the f pawn also. If we take on g6, he takes with the f pawn, and then suddenly he has the rook.
No, so okay. I think the last move looks strange. So could you play like a4 in this position? Is that a possible move?
It's possible, yeah.
I'm not saying it's good, but because now you are giving new squares, of course, but it might be possible.
Yeah. This is the type of position where you really have to calculate exactly.
Yes.
At some point you can take on c4, at sometimes you can play knight c5. There are so many options.
Yes.
Very, very tricky.
Yes.
I think we will go to the next game so we don't miss anything here. Okay, so let's see what we had here. It
was this, yeah. It was this.
Okay, he played queen g2 here.
Mm-hmm.
And we thought maybe queen d2.
Yeah.
But okay, he played this.
Mm-hmm.
This and this.
Yeah, that is the same idea I had, with queen e2.
But he played here now. Bishop f5. And he gave the queen.
But now it's simply lost of the queen c3 and take on f3,
Yeah. Yeah. He goes for the pawns. Yeah, this should be winning.
And white is winning.
Yeah, white is winning.
Okay, so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The Chinese players are...
Yeah, they play
they
well.
are good.
Yeah. And this we said before this should be winning for white.
Mm.
Still some moves to make, but it looks good. Now we threaten to take on e4 twice,
What is happening?
and then there's a fork on f6. So rook takes e4 is a threat. Also knight takes f6, I guess, or maybe not. No, then there's mate on first rank. But rook takes e4. Well, it's not 100% simple still. Like
No.
it's quite active, so. But rook takes e4 is a big threat.
No, then it's mate on f1.
Oh,
so
sorry.
I'm not
yeah.
sure.
No,
Yeah.
not yet. Yeah, okay. So you need to prevent that first. Maybe you should play. What?
No, it's not so.
H3
Actually,
is not.
what about b3 now?
Yeah, maybe this is not so easy.
Do you play like d5 then? Or what
I
do you
think
do?
Heberla must have had better before.
Yes, yes.
But he used up all his time
Mm.
with this bishop f5,
Mhm.
and
But actually, there might be one good move also for white is to play queen to b8 maybe. Because then you, yeah.
no, he played queen b7. Okay, that's quite unusual move. But okay, he wants to. What does he want to do? Stop the b pawn? But
Strange.
yeah, but he has very little time. But now he made this was the 40th move now,
Mhm.
so he has made the time control.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So after this,
Unclear position still.
even though white should be better somehow. But
Yeah, but black has actually he has managed to put the knight
exactly,
on e4,
exactly.
protected by the queen.
Mhm.
Very annoying for white to play against these
Mm.
pieces. And the knight
Mm.
on g4 is not so good because maybe at some point h5. What do you
Mm.
do then?
Mm.
Where do you go?
Yes.
So you would like to play h3, but then there is knight g3. So then the question is, what can you do? Can you play g3? But it looks a bit ugly, huh?
But what about if it's black to play?
It's black's move.
So h5. You cannot play knight f2. You can knight e5 you can
Yeah.
play. I see. Okay.
That's I think.
So this is the trick. That's why you put the queen on at b7.
Mm-hmm. And suddenly he is now he threatens e4. He threatens.
Mm-hmm. The
Well,
queen.
Can you go?
Queen is hanging. Queen is hanging.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Queen is
Sorry,
hanging.
yeah. Queen b7. So queen b7 is a
This-
tricky move.
Yes. So,
So h5 is not good.
probably queen b7 was a very good move, I think.
Probably yes.
Mm. Because again, if you play like rook e7 to try to avoid, then you can actually play rook b8 also. Queen b8, I mean. Because then h5 you can play knight to h6 check.
Yeah, but the big threat is probably knight e5.
Yeah, even in this position, you mean.
Yeah, why not?
Then you and rook e7 you can take on e4. Uh-huh.
Well, the queen is hanging.
So
after
b3.
Knight e5, you threaten the queen.
So b3 in this position, knight e5.
This looks quite good.
Yeah, it looks very good.
Okay, so we go to the next game. I think.
So maybe
because-
has got control after all.
maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Did we have something else? No, we don't have any games. They are all finished. Okay, so yeah, Shu won. This was a draw.
Yes, we have this
Thi-
game.
This game is still on.
Oh, here's. Now he has won a pawn.
So we have to just recapitulate to see what happened here. So there was knight fd2, bishop f8, and now he took on c4.
He couldn't wait any longer.
No, it was too much pressure. Rook
Mhm.
f3, protection, a4, knight c6,
Mm-hmm.
c3, knight d8. Yeah, it's a little bit of time pressure moves here, I
Okay.
think.
Okay.
Black defends, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Queen b4.
He's going for the pawn.
Yeah.
He has to take with the H pawn.
Why?
No, okay. You take with the F pawn, knight C5, bishop G7.
White has some play here for sure. It's not an easy game.
Okay, let's take with the H pawn. Why not? What play does White have? Isn't it just winning for this good position for Black?
Yeah, it should be.
I think it's good for Black, this position.
Probably. Yeah, he played it.
I think he's on his way to win this game, actually.
Yeah. He played the. Yeah, he took with H pawn. Yeah, it's.
It's a little bit hard to say.
I think this game was spoiled by the time pressure a little bit, because I think White had much better options than this. He just gave the pawn. I don't know. It doesn't look so good. But it's okay. It's still on. It's not over yet. But you can put the bishop on G7 maybe. But maybe then you can go check on H7. Is there something?
King on F8.
G6 is hanging maybe. Yeah. Okay, it's not clear. Still some games. Still some moves to do. So let's see the next game. What's happening?
Knight
there.
C5 is possible also.
Yeah, many possibilities. Just
okay.
Yeah, this is over probably. And this game, he's thinking, yeah.
Queen B7 was a good move.
Yeah, that was a good move.
Well done.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Okay, so we can go back to this. Maybe this is the most interesting game right now.
Yes.
Undecided game. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh, he wants to play with Queen F6.
Yeah, maybe.
He wants to play Rook E to H3 and then Queen F6.
Yeah, yeah.
That's his dream now, you know.
Yeah.
So on, and look, again, if A4, then Knight C5 maybe.
Okay, maybe White is winning.
No, because what if you play A4?
What happens if we do this plan? You want to take the knight?
Or maybe Queen E7, I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably better. And then we go here.
And now my idea was to take.
But now you can play G5.
Yeah, okay.
Winning.
Yeah.
So A4 was played in the game.
My idea now was that after Knight C5, you take with the Rook. And then you take pawn take, and then you take on F4. He played this. Now I think Queen.
Now Queen E7 is strong
Queen
because you have this G5 idea. What do you do after that?
Then comes Queen H6.
No.
Is it possible? That is a shocker.
That's definitely a shocker.
But I'm not sure it's working. But
I mean, it's not mate because you can play G5 if you want to. So it's not mate.
Yes, but then it's at least now you have attack at least, you know. But
no,
let's take it.
We take the queen.
Rook take. Can you avoid
G5?
And then you give check.
Maybe you can
check.
Make a draw here.
No, I'll try to win here because you have the bishop also ready to go to H5. Something.
And king goes.
Yeah, no. If you give a check with the rook. No, if I go back. I have an idea. Go back. This position, okay.
Bishop G4 or something. Maybe that's. Try to make a draw.
No, but I want to win. Somehow.
I think draw is a good result.
You think so? I think it can
How
be.
Do you win?
I was thinking about moving knight to D2.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, instead of because then
okay.
if it,
so let's look at it one more time. I think you should take the queen. But now maybe is there some better than g5? No, it's the only move, right?
Yes.
g5. And you started with the check?
Yeah, but that was my intention. But of course you have a chance to do. How can black? Okay, I give it check. Let's say I give a check. I like this.
No, but he took on b3.
He took on b3.
Yeah.
But now queen f6. Isn't it just game over?
Yeah, he played queen f6. It's mate in 4.
Oh my god. Deep Sengupta.
This was
14 seconds left.
Yeah. This was a nice win for white. It was an interesting game.
Yes, but
yeah, it's also queen e7 was the best move.
It says, and what does it say then?
Yeah, we could turn on the computer.
Can we please check?
It's a draw.
And it suggests queen h. It suggests this?
Yeah, g5.
Mm-hmm. We have the same.
Yeah, this was what we looked at.
Yes.
King here.
Yes.
And
because now we are looking with the engine,
yeah.
because we get the engine after the game is finished.
Yeah.
And now bishop g4.
So this.
Okay.
And now you cannot play king f5.
No. Okay, due to
92.
92, that's right. Yeah.
So you have to go back, and it's a draw. So he had a draw, but he fell for the trick. He didn't see. I mean, he didn't see queen f6.
No,
That's it's as simple as that. Yeah. He of course thought he was just winning. Yeah. Okay. That was quite dramatic, I think.
Yes, really. So that means that because Siva is IM, has got any chances for Norm?
Yeah, we will check that.
We'll check that. Not the least. Till tomorrow game, we will have done some pre work, to see.
Tomorrow we will know exactly who needs what
to make norms.
But I think Siva should be in line for a GM norm here, especially if he wins tomorrow.
Siva, or you mean
no? Sorry.
Siva.
Yes.
You were pointing at another game.
No. I meant Siva Mahadevan.
Okay.
This should be a win for white. There's no doubt about it.
And in the next one, I think that white is good, but
he played bishop g7 in this position.
Okay.
And
now knight e5.
The game is over, I think, because we are getting the computer analysis. That must mean that the game is over, isn't it?
No,
they are playing.
Take it. Okay.
Oh, maybe this will turn on. Yeah.
Okay,
so
I see.
Okay. But I think we have already said that this is winning for white. Yeah, and I think it should be winning. Exchange up.
Yeah, it's also d5 in this position.
You can play d5. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have more? Do we have anything else? We have one game we haven't looked at, but this looks... No, this is not so clear. Where should be winning for white, right? Must be winning, because I don't think the pawns are really dangerous.
No.
Because you can always check and take, and you can play g4 and h4 and move the king up.
G4 must be one second move here. I think,
No, this is winning for sure. You also have queen e7 later on, and rook cannot.
And this is Lukas Dotzer, this talent.
Yeah, this is the 15-year-old. Talent from Austria, Lukas Dotzer,
bouncing back a bit after some.
Yeah, he had some tough games, but he's still in the top playing, and
he's a good player.
Yeah. Okay.
And the Chinese won against Rosenthalis. That's so he's moving up as well, So, and Meshkov's won. We can just look a little bit about those players who have 5 points. That is coming up. Bauer coming up.
Meskov played a move that wasn't the best move, but it, of course, completely winning position. Falkevall lost, as we said. Blomqvist made a draw. Do we have any other interesting? There are many games, and but tomorrow we will be prepared with who needs a norm or what everyone needs for a norm and things like that.
Perfect.
Yeah. So I think with this we will say thanks for today. If you want to see the end of the games, the final moves, you just go to Lichess and you look up Rilton Cup and you get all the games. And you can look at some games that we haven't covered also. Tomorrow we will start earlier. We start at 12 o'clock. And then it will all be decided, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's good.
So thank you for today and see you tomorrow.